Tradoon. Tradoon. Tradoon.
Girder.
Ontogeny.
Girder.
Ontogeny.
Glue is cheap.
We now recognize that birds are dinosaurs. What I study is the long, deep evolution of birds from Mesozoic dinosaurs.
The very concept is unimaginable. Why, if that happened, we wouldn't have a chance. How could we possibly hope to fight them?
We couldn't, you're right. You're right, Mrs. Bundy.
Hurry up, children. Finish your lunch.
Are the birds gonna eat us, Mommy?
Birds have been on this planet since Archaeopteryx, 140 million years ago. Doesn't it seem odd that they'd wait all that time to start a war?
Who said anything about a war? All I said's...
Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter on the planet.
Look at the gap.
That's not bad for a quadruped. You gotta check your mirrors, just side of your eye. Side of your eye.
Success.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's so good to have all of you here. Thank you so much for joining us, and happy Thursday BIRDSday to you. Happy Thursday BIRDSday to us all. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Holy cow. If you've never been here before, or if you've been here for my last 300 streams, welcome either way. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to share the wonders of fossil science with all of you. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I work on dinosaurs. Most paleontologists don't. Most paleontologists work on other kinds of fossil organisms, but I'm a dinosaur specialist. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up during the summers. Again, check out the YouTube page if you want to see our live streams from the field this summer. I was out with a couple of different crews digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming and Utah this summer. We got at least 3 new species, and I captured as much of that as I could on camera. So we were broadcasting dinosaur fossil fieldwork
It's a
live on Twitch.
version of heaven.
And Wyoming and Utah are in certain places. Bimba1972, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. And is the audio being wonky again here? That is unfortunate. But yeah. Giblix says, I came here for the Macraensis talk. Well, shoot, we were going to be talking about some other controversial Tyrannosaurs today, but this just popped up in the news too, and I guess we'll be talking about that also. Tyrannosaurus macraensis. I had a busy morning. I have not actually read through the news yet, so I'm going to be looking at this live alongside all of you today. And it's going to be fun. So anyway, welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. If you're new here, an extra special welcome to you. Let me know if you've got any questions. It's the live interactivity that makes these streams special. So it makes this different from like watching a dinosaur video on YouTube or something. Is here you can ask questions live, and I can try and answer them for you live. That's what this is all about, you know? So, welcome to Paleontologizing. Let's scroll up to the top of chat, and we will see who is here. We'll do some greetings, and then we'll get started with our Thursday BIRDSday festivities. And we've got a life-size Tyrannosaur skull to assemble today. Finished 3D printing this morning. So we'll do that also. But before I even started today, we already had Claire Burr and Kodali and Matt M33 and the Dinosaur Dave. I'm glad you're all here. Welcome, welcome. Dinosaur Dave says, can't stay long. Going to do some more drone photography. Very nice, Dinosaur Dave. How is everybody? All those extra early birds on Thursday BIRDSday. Science Streams, how are you doing, Valent? It's wonderful to see you as always. Had a lot of fun talking science with you last night. Good stuff. Thank you again for bringing me on, Science Streams. I appreciate that. Rylesy is here too. How you doing? Hi, Rylesy. Mayor of Space says, I like the new starting shortly screen. Thanks. I put that together back in like October. But I only use it like maybe 1/3 of the time or less. Anyway, it's good to see you as always, Mayor of Space. Gamer Pino, how are you doing? Hello. Smorphosaurus, what's shaking with you? Good to see you, Smorph. Hope you're feeling a bit better today. Alpha Barnes, hello to you too. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. We've got Risu Degu. How are you doing, Risu? I got your card yesterday. I don't know if you were here for that, but thank you again. Really appreciate that. Very sweet of you. Appreciate it very much. We've got Tony is my baby. Hello, Tony. How are things with you? We've got Golganek. Always wonderful to see you, Golganek. One of our most stalwart supporters and viewers. I know I say this a lot, but I appreciate you, Golganek, and I'm glad you're here. Who else have we got? Stream Closed Captioner. Stream Closed Captioner should be working right now. Let's double check. Stream Closed Captioner. Are you working? Yes, Danny, I am working. I should say, yes, Danny, I am working. Stream Closed Captioner. It's my Stephen Hawking voice. I am Morvosh, how are you doing? Welcome. Avalon Angels, it's good to see you. And Gunt Roding Idiot. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for the lurk. It's good to have you here. Steely Dan, hello. Mama Coon, what's shaking with you? Verminitide Doug, howdy. Jingle Jangle is back too. How are you doing, Jingle Jangle? Neilf, good to see you also. And Fall Machine, how are you doing? It's good to see you here. Let's see, Oscar Juniors, welcome back. Paleo Lord says, have a great avian dinosaur day, everyone. And same to you, Paleo Lord. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Mega Sweet Smiles, how are you doing? I dig those dancing frogs. These look like Kermit the Frog with some he's like guiding an aircraft on the tarmac there. Doing it with some style. I appreciate that, Mega Sweet Smiles. It's good to have you here. And the Lenina says, I'll be extremely late to class tomorrow. Uh-oh. I hope your teacher isn't upset, Lenina. If you have to leave here early to get to class, don't worry about it, Lenina. We all appreciate you, but, you know, it's a volunteer job you've got there as moderator. You should have all the freedom that you want. Lena says, we've got a thing going on at work that I need to attend. All right, Lenina. Well, I hope it's a surprise party for you at work. You show up thinking it's going to be some kind of boring meeting, and then everybody jumps out with balloons and silly string canisters. I bet that's what it'll be, Lenina. Sandwich Nom Nom, hello to you. Welcome, welcome. And yeah, Jingle Jingle, we're going to be talking about that Tyrannosaur news today. I'm guessing it will be controversial. Yeah. Fall Machine says, are the birds going to eat us, Danny? Probably. You know, they're birds. They do what they like. Mark Melbourne, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good news from down under. Bin chickens have learned how to eat kind toads without being poisoned. Really, Mark Melbourne? They just don't eat the poison part? Good stuff. That is actually good stuff. The sacred ibis has come to the rescue of the Strians. And it was a very bad day in Mammal Town. Yeah, there you go, Fall Machine. Yeah. The author of The Exorcist was seeing Tippy in the photos on the back of the book. Wait, what?
That gives the history of life.
Interesting, Trend K.
Very quirky, fortuitous.
Beats International.
Fancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
Did Danny just ruin Lenina's surprise party?
Surprise, Lenina. You got it early. Beats International, thank you for the 7 months of support. Thank you, Beats International. I appreciate you. Thanks for keeping me here on the air for this long. It's impressive. Thank you. But yeah. What is the big glass box with a little black box for? Cirque? It has inside it, I think it's called a facts machine? A facts machine. They would keep them in these boxes because you're not supposed to get them wet. Like when it rains. Let's see. Cirque says, can't really believe there's a dinosaur Colorado. I mean, there barely is, Cirque. There's not much there. It's a town of like 90 people or something. But yeah, I've been there a couple times. Yeah. I wish I could say, yeah, it's this wonderful town with the friendliest people, but that was not my experience there, so I'm not going to say that. And the biologist, how are you doing? Welcome back. It's good to have you here. Hello, hello. Niffler, it's good to see you too. Jedi Mega Man, howdy, howdy. Hugan9129, how are you doing, Hugan? What's shaking? Dr. Irrefutable, I'm glad you've returned. It's good to see you once again. And Ten Gletchy says, yes, captions are working. Thanks. Good stuff, Ten Gletchy. Good. Welcome back to you too. Tommy Ploticus, how are you doing? It's good to have you here. And, yeah. Let's see. Mark Melbourne says the bin chickens throw the toads around to release poison, and then they wash them before eating them? Those clever theropods. That's pretty cool. You better hope that they don't figure out how to eat us, Mark Melbourne, or it's curtains for us, you know? Yeah. And according to Google, 300 residents in Dinosaur, Colorado. Interesting, sir. Shoot, when I was there... First time I ever went to Dinosaur, Colorado was in... Let's see...
Dinosaurs are kind of funny.
In 2014. And Jan Nike, thank you for the follow. It is good to have you here. What's shaking? Howdy. I hope you're having a good day. It's good to have you here. Yeah, so when I was in Dinosaur, Colorado the first time, I almost thought I took a few photos. We're just kind of passing through because there's not much there to see. But there's Dinosaur Baptist Church, and then chat. This is where I want to be buried. Dinosaur, Colorado. Not a lot there. But yeah. And let's see. Did I see this, Hugan? I did see this just a few minutes ago on Twitter, actually. Yeah. It's cool stuff. We might talk about that a little bit if you'd like to. Yeah. Can they dig you up in a few million years? There you go, Texas Cryptid. Yeah. Fill in the blanks. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. And Arg, it's good to have you back as well. Howdy, howdy. Yeah. What is this I'm hearing about the bin chickens? And can I find a YouTube video about this? Because I feel like that would be instructive to kick off Thursday BIRDSday. Yeah. This is from a year ago. But let's take a look at this. Happy Thursday BIRDSday, everyone. Oh, hang on. Having some technical difficulties here. Let's see. That should do it.
There are few Australian animals more
Oh no, this is one of those AI generated things. We don't want to watch this. Goodness. We don't want to watch this at all. That's a letdown. I'm allergic to AI, you know? But yeah. It's fell on the blinks. Alright, fell on the blinks. I appreciate you for enlightening us as to the proper pronunciation of your name. I'm gonna call you Blinks from now on, if that's okay. It's fun. When I first moved back to California, my girlfriend at the time had a cat named Binks, a black cat, and I don't know. Sometimes he would just like stand in the doorway and stare at me and just blink. So I started calling him Blinks, and I thought it was funny, and she thought it was funny. I don't know if Binks thought it was funny. Yeah, Blinks. And the radio news here used an AI voice for a little bit as an experiment. It was horrible. Yeah, Asher. I mean, it's just incredibly easy to tune out, you know? Unlike an actual human voice, which kind of demands respect and attention, an AI voice, you just automatically want to disregard it, ignore it, disrespect it. It was like how there's a shopping center near my old apartment. And let me see if I can find this. This would have been like December 2022 or something like that. They got rid of their human security guards and they hired they had a robot that would go around. And sometimes you'd go by there and it's on its side because like somebody decided to hit it with their car or push it over or something like that, and it's kind of like fair enough, you know? You think robots can replace us? I'm trying to find a picture of it right now so I can show you what it had looked like. December. We were sending pictures of it to my dad. And yeah, I'm not sure if I have photos of it, actually. Maybe this wasn't the correct time. But, yeah, it was one of these. I'll just find you a picture. Yeah, one of these. It would just trundle along really, really slowly down the street with a blinking light, or in the middle of this parking lot. And I don't know, it would hold up traffic and stuff. People would be like trying to drive through the parking lot, and they'd be honking their horns and everything, and it's just trundling along really really slowly, and then it would stop. And yeah, people just kept pushing it over, because what's it gonna do, you know? And it's like, this is taking somebody's job? It provokes really, really negative emotions in me. And that could easily have been avoided, too, if they just tried to make it look more personable. You know? Like, the design of these things is really, really important. And they gave it the most generic, stupid, like, sci-fi dystopia look, where it looks at once like a garbage can, and like a bullet, and like a... I don't know. It just has zero personality. You instantly want to disrespect it. It's just poor design, poorly thought out. It's kind of like peak Silicon Valley in that sense, you know? Like, oh, we'll just automate it, you know? Did you learn nothing from Jurassic Park? Overly reliant on automation? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Give it a smiley faces, Jingle Jangle. There you go. That would help. Resistance is futile. There you go, Ash Rubber. Yeah. And Dr. Terra, wait, did you post about the Tyrannosaur? Yeah, I'm just hearing about that too. Yeah. And there you go, Alexander, I agree. And Blink says, please don't bully our AI friends. They're out to get you, Blinks. Oh boy, AI. Anyway. Oh, and Little Pink Pony says, I really like the style of your shirt without a collar. It looks nice. Thank you, Little Pink Pony. I appreciate that. Yeah, different shirt today. I wear a different shirt every day, obviously. I try to repeat them only like once a month. You know, after I've done laundry a couple times. But yeah. We've got a new Aedosaur. Very cool, Dr. Terra. The Amniote skin one, we're gonna look at that as well. Someone else posted that also. And, defensive invertebrate scavenging on a pteranodonted. Very cool, Dr. Terra. Yeah. And the Gigantopithecus one, too. I saw that the other day in the news and didn't think it was... I don't know. Like, okay. They went extinct. We already knew that. But they went extinct quite a while ago, which is interesting, I suppose. But yeah, I don't know. If it's not dinosaur news, sometimes I'm not particularly thrilled, interested in it. But yeah. It's not even true AI, that's just garbage in, garbage out. Yeah. Charcoon says, what song is this? Let's look. This is a surf rock cover of a video game song, apparently, called Spear of Justice, from something called Undertale, and I only know what that is because I saw iOS play it a year or two ago. Yeah. Undertale. And there you go, Arg, yeah. Good stuff. And Salamander says this is definitely an Undertale song. You were right. You were correct. Yeah. You're welcome, Charcone. Anyway, happy Thursday BIRDSday, everybody. Why don't we go ahead and assemble our Tyrannosaur skull first? This is going to take me a minute to go get the pieces of, but that's okay. Here, we were looking at this yesterday. Hang on a second here. Trying to find the spot at which we were at. And we were about here, something like that.
Identification on similar as we saw in the tooth shape and tooth structure, as well as skull bones that were similar to this Nanotyrannus, this so-called pygmy tyrant. This is one of the rarest dinosaurs ever found.
Or is it just a juvenile T-Rex?
Or so it seems. This animal could very well be the elusive Nanotyrannus, or it could be something equally as rare, a juvenile T-Rex. Now the journey for both the dinosaur and the crew who found it is about to take some unexpected turns.
And hang on, before I jump to the side here, this is the skull that I just 3D printed. This is called the Cleveland skull, because it's housed in Cleveland, Ohio, at the Cleveland Museum of Natural History. It was collected from Montana, though, near Ekalaka, Montana. This was discovered, I think, in 1941, and, yeah, this is the holotype for Nanotyrannus. And you know what? Actually, I've got another clip. Where did that go? Let's see. That would have been... I think here? Yeah. There we go. Bob Bacher's going to show you the same skull.
The more we learn about them, the more we need to ask. Perhaps the most controversial question of all concerns their fate. In 1987, Robert Bacher was on a routine visit to the Cleveland Museum of Natural History when he made an intriguing discovery.
There are two places to hunt for dinosaurs. You can get yourself a Jeep.
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Dendriform, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. Holy cow. Thank you very, very much for that support. I appreciate you, Dendriform, I really do. What a great name, by the way. And describing the shape, the branching shape that we get in things like trees. Dendriform is a term that I've used before in scientific writing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Napoleonosaurus, very funny Mayor Space. Where were we? Right here.
You can find new kinds of dinosaurs. Then there's the other place. You go to a basement like this, a gloomy place, where museums...
And I don't know, like occasionally you find new species of dinosaurs in museum collections, but I don't know, to a field person like myself, that's almost... Gotta be careful how I couch my language here. It's, I don't know. That's not the coolest way to do things. The coolest way to do things is to actually go out and discover them for yourself in the field. Because then you know that you have all of the proper data that goes along with them. If it is a specimen that was dug up a really long time ago, they might not have proper data associated with it, and that's going to really restrict the kind of cool science that you can do on that fossil. So you can do things the easy way by finding them in the collections. You let other people actually do the excavation work for you. But that limits the kinds of scientific tests that you can actually perform and the amount of information you can actually have about that particular specimen, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Museums keep their research collections in careful storage, specimens collected 20, 30 years ago, waiting for the scholar to come by and read the bones. And these new discoveries of dinosaurs in basements and in the Badlands are challenging everything we thought was true about dinosaurs. These new discoveries are saying we've got to rethink the ideas that dinosaurs were cold-blooded, rethink the idea that they were stupid and slow, and rethink the idea that they died without descendants. And guaranteed, in museums like this, there'll be every year new discoveries about dinosaurs.
Relegated to a dusty shelf for more than 40 years was a fossil that bore an uncanny resemblance to Tyrannosaurus rex. Barker renamed it Nanotyrannus, the pygmy tyrant.
Now, the really neat thing about this head is that it's a downsized version of the most famous dinosaur in the world, that is Tyrannosaurus rex. Now, you look at T-Rex, you've got an animal with a head 4 feet long, with a body that's 5 or 6 tons. Nano is a close relative, a head only as big as a polar bear, a body maybe 600 pounds, pony size. And yet the little dinosaur and the giant dinosaur share the same architectural stamp. You look at this.
It's probably the same animal. That's the thing, is that I don't know if Bob Barker believes that we've ever actually found a juvenile Tyrannosaurus. I don't know. I've never actually spoken to him about this, but yeah, I don't know. Nanotyrannus is just about exactly how I would expect a juvenile Tyrannosaurus to look. Even with things like an increased tooth count and everything, like, we know that tooth count changes in different groups of dinosaurs. Like, this is an example of, ontogenetic change like that. So, I don't know. Yeah. And Blink says, diggers are just doing the manual labor for the real scientists in the lab. I know, right? That's an idea that really kind of rankles me. And there are definitely paleontologists who have that mindset. And a lot of them are in Europe. I think maybe they kind of have to think that way because, well, I don't know. I'm not going to get into that right now. But yeah.
Head with the eye of an anatomist, and what you see written is bird, not lizard, but bird.
He's right about this.
The narrow snout, the big eyes, and especially the plumbing. Bird in these air canals, in the eyebrow, in the cheek, and all over the brain case and the back of the skull. So every time this little dinosaur took a breath, air went in and around every part of its head to cool the head. Air conditioning means the animal needed to cool itself. Why would it have to cool? Because it was a very active animal.
More important is the similarity between this skull and a small carnivorous dinosaur called Troodon.
Yeah, Troodon. We're not going to get into that now, though. The reason I showed you this is the Cleveland skull. I'm going to call it a Tyrannosaur. I think it's Tyrannosaurus. But people like Bob Barker or Nick Longrich or Pete Larson, they think it's Nanotyrannus. A different, smaller genus of dinosaur from the same time and the same place as T-Rex. Anyway, the reason I'm talking about this is we've been 3D printing it. The Cleveland skull. That very one. Printing it life-size. This is what I've got so far. Or rather, this is what we've assembled so far, because we've now printed all the pieces. Just got to add the last of them. We're going to do that right now. Behold the Cleveland skull. And you might recognize this. Well, shoot, chat, where have you seen this before, aside from that video clip? It might be even closer than you think. I feel like Dora the Explorer right now. ¿Dónde está el cráneo? Okay. Everybody chat shouting at their streams. Alright. Está aquí! There we go, right there. The Cleveland skull. Yeah, look behind you, says Orange Fan. Yeah. It's, can do this. Because it's a 3D print, you know? I can bang it against this and it doesn't matter. But, yeah. I know it's not in Cleveland. No, the original is in Cleveland, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, no, it is. It totally is. I got to see I think they just had a cast of it on display. I was at that museum in Cleveland this past summer. But they're currently undergoing renovations, and most of their fossil stuff was not on display. Anyway, we've got the last of our pieces here to assemble, so let's go ahead and do that. And there you go, Aiden Elliott. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yes, indeed. Well. We've got this piece to go on right... Let's see, if that is... That's going to go like that. Right here, there we go. Yeah. And I have, it seems, run out of my Gorilla Glue, or else I would use that. So it looks like we're going to be living dangerously and just using the super glue today, so... We gotta get it right on the first try. But it should be easy the way that these fit together. There you go for the very first time. Cleveland skull. Very nice. It's been smushed a little bit, as we'll talk about. In diagenesis. Talk about what that means, but let's get it assembled first. Alright, I've been careful to sand down the occlusal surfaces so that this fits together nicely. Like that. So I'm going to put glue here. And we will stick it together. And make sure that everything is nice and even. Should be pretty quick. Here is our glue. Don't have goop. I do. It's in a box in the garage right now. I don't know where it is, so we're just going to use this for now. But we will be using the goop on some other projects coming up. Yeah. And I might be out. I think I am out, Lenina. I think you're right. So, cyanoacrylate it is, which tends to work pretty well for this stuff. Usually I like to add Gorilla Glue as well, because that doesn't set up as quickly, and it gives us a little bit more time to work. But here... Oh, we're just gonna go for broke. It's got a very, very fast setup time. So just gotta make sure everything is lined up properly. And, yeah. There we go. That feels pretty even. Could be a little bit better. Oh man, see, this is why I usually use the Gorilla Glue. The stuff just sets up too fast. It's too good. It's too quick. Yeah. Thanks, Science Streams. No, I'm excited. Well, wait till we get this piece on there, and you'll really see it. Okay, I'm happy with that so far. I'm happy with that. Yeah, nice. Cool. All right, there's that. Right there. We've got our left orbit there. The post-orbital fenestra is all squished on this side. Or is that the... No, that's the orbit. Alright, and then here is the rest of the skull here. So this is going to fit on. Just like that. Oh boy, does that look nice. Yeah, and this, you're not even seeing the photogenic side of it. Nice. Well, let's get some glue on there, shall we? There we are. So, a generous helping of good old cyanoacrylate. Keep back on there. And there we go. Oh, very nice. Very nice. The other side. Excellent. Gonna have to do a little bit of pushing and squeezing to make sure these pieces actually stick together. There we go. But so far, so good. Yeah, very nice. There will be a few seams, like you're seeing this one right here. I will have to fill it in with some water putty and then sand it down and apply a smoothing compound over the top. But by the time we're done with this bad boy, it should look just like the original, especially once it's painted. Here, take a look at that, chat. That is the photogenic side. Check it out. Not too shabby. The Cleveland skull. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Very happy about this. This is going to be a lovely addition to our 3D printed fossil menagerie here in the office. Oh, I'm excited. Good stuff. Yeah. That's one big boy. Actually, it's... Well, Anakin, you probably know. This is a juvenile Tyrannosaurus. Or a subadult Nanotyrannus. Depending on who you ask. But yeah. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Named after Grover Cleveland. Very funny there, HD. Yeah. Yeah, not
You're
too
not
shabby.
going to believe this, but I'm turning into...
What?
A dinosaur.
Oh, makes sense.
Happy
After
26
26 months.
Danny. This year looks like the year of the Tyrannosaurus.
It really does, doesn't it, Amish Andy? Thank you for your ongoing support. 26 months is a long time to do just about anything. Whether you're just dating a fetus, or whether you're eating a big meal, I don't know. Or whether you're subscribing to a Twitch channel. I appreciate that very much, Amish Andy, I really do. Thank you for your continued support. Yeah. I'm like inordinately happy, but or maybe I'm the appropriate level of happy, but this is pretty exciting. Take a look. Yeah, this is one of those specimens that you see illustrated in books from the time that you were a little kid. You see it in documentaries, you know, like like this one here. You know, I've been growing up seeing this from the time I was a little kid.
Downsized version of the most famous dinosaur in the world, that is Tyrannosaurus Rex.
So, you know, to be able to hold it in my hands like this, know that I've got a life-size replica of it right here that I can use for teaching purposes. That's a cool feeling, you know? It's almost kind of a powerful feeling. It's like, you know, look at what we can do nowadays. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. It's fun to imagine what, you know, 10-year-old Danny Anduza, what would he think about this right now? You know, at the age of, we'll say 21. At the age of 21. That, be able to hold this in my hands and say, yeah, I made this. It's pretty cool. Oh, and Lenina, thank you for getting my attention there. Science Streams, Belint, you've got a question? Where did the eye go and how big was it? Ooh, good question. So the eye goes in what we call the orbit, the eye socket. But where is the eye socket? Actually, it's a good opportunity for a little quiz for chat here. I'm going to number some of these holes, and you'll tell me which one you think the eye goes in, chat. Does it go in number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, or number 5? Which one do you think? 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5? What do you think, chat? Somebody had a 4 emote? Not bad, Victorious. That's pretty cool. Or all of the above, David P. Class. Well, if you guessed that it was number 1, then... Very funny, you jokester. That's the nostril. You know that. That's the nares right there. You know that already. If you thought that it was number 2, I'm sorry, you're incorrect. That's the maxillary fenestra right there. Or I've also heard it called a maxillary fossa. Anyway, that's within one of the jawbones. If you thought it was in number 3 right here, this great big one, you would be wrong. That's the antorbital fenestra right there. So that antorbital, ant meaning before, like antepasta, or anterior, you know, front. Orbit meaning eye socket. That's the antorbital fenestra, the bone before the eye socket. The orbit, which is right here. Number 4 is correct. And the orbit is right here. The eye socket. So I'll show you. Tyrannosaurus. Let's try musculature. And maybe we'll have an illustration of the eye and where that goes. Yeah, there we go. From the very talented R.J. Palmer. This is an adult Tyrannosaurus here. And so yeah, it's going to look a little bit different from this. This is a lot more slender. Smaller, obviously, than an adult. But you've got the nares, which is the nose. It's the bony nostril there, the nares. There's that fossa there in the maxilla. You've got the antorbital fenestra. And then you've got the orbit. And right there you've got the little bones in the eyeball. What we call the sclerotic ossicles, or the sclerotic ring. Right there. Yes, indeed, dinosaurs had bones in their eyes. Most vertebrate animals have bones in their eyes. We, as mammals, are the weird ones for not having that anymore. We lost that somewhere along the line. It's us and crocodilians, for some reason, lost the sclerotic ossicles. Yeah, and good old Archosaurus trait, exactly, like that antorbital fenestra there. Alexander? Yes, indeed. Yeah. Pretty cool. Yeah. So, not the Cyant orbital, but the The sclerotic ossicles, if that's what you meant there. But antorbital, oh yeah, science streams. The antorbital, ant meaning before or prior to. The antorbital fenestra, because it is before the orbit, the eye socket there. Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah, good stuff. Yeah. And we got weird squidgy eyes, no buns. Exactly, Beats International. There we go. There's Velociraptor. I actually have the same exact Velociraptor skull. Rob Gaston made that replica. So you see that ring of bone in the eye? And right there is some kind of bird that might be Bubo philippinensis, like Philippine eagle. But yeah, here's a bunch of different critters, all with those sclerotic rings. You know? We've got Meleagris gallopavo, the American turkey, right there. Some kind of macaw, right there. This might be a crocodile monitor. This is a goose. This is another kind of monitor lizard. We've got some sort of ray or skate right there. It's not our bat ray. I'm not sure what kind of ray this is. Here's a Philippine eagle. Look at that huge sclerotic ring right there. But yeah, so osteichthyon fishes and birds and lizards and snakes all have sclerotic rings. We are the weird ones out as mammals. We don't... Somewhere along the way, we lost those. I'm not sure if it would have been as early on as, like, Dimetrodon in our ancestry, or later than that. I don't know. Dimetrodon, I'm sure, is not on the direct line to mammal ancestry anyway, but close to it. But yeah. Yeah. And Lenina says, the antorbital fenestra on my tattoo really pops. Acrocanthosaurus has a weird one. Let's look at that. Here's Acrocanthosaurus. And, I guess it's weird in that it's just very triangular. What you're seeing right there are those the vomer bones? And maybe the palatine bones that are up inside of it. So the actual antorbital fenestra itself is like a very simple shape. And then you've got these other bones kind of going down through it, the middle of it. If that makes sense. Yeah. But yeah, beautiful skull on Acrocanthosaurus. Just gorgeous. Just lovely. And there's one particular specimen from Oklahoma. I think it's been nicknamed Fran. And, yeah. I think that's what this skull is based on. But there you go. So this illustration shows you the antorbital fenestra, what the actual shape is right there. The other bones inside kind of obscure the silhouette. But yeah, gorgeous looking skull, right? Lovely. Yeah. And yeah, very cool looking dinosaur, Irish. Acrocanthosaurus. Just, I think, honestly, one of the coolest looking theropod dinosaurs. Look at that, really... Just a beautiful silhouette to the animal, really cool skeletal diagram, and those big honking teeth. An impressive creature, you know? Yeah. Anakin Gabriel says the antorbital fenestra houses a paranasal sinus. Yeah. So in dinosaurs, that would be hooked up to the lungs and to the whole respiratory system. Dinosaurs, especially Saurischian dinosaurs, the quote-unquote lizard-hipped dinosaurs, they're all full of air. Theropods and sauropods. Air-filled animals. Yeah. And, Truciceps says chameleon eyes are neat. They are. I don't know much about them, though. Yeah. And Alexander Morrison says Metasuchians lost that eye ring, I believe, and that led all the way down the Suchian line to today's crux. Interesting. I wonder if critters like Rawasuchians would have still had a sclerotic ring, or if they wouldn't. Like Postasuchus skeleton, and we'll see how those have been portrayed. Yeah, I don't see a sclerotic ring there. Or there, in these museum mounts. Or there. This is a non-dinosaur creature, everybody, called Postasuchus. This was like the biggest predator on land in its ecosystem. Look at this graph. What a breathtaking graph there. Wildefred. Thank you for the follow. It's good to have you here. So not a dinosaur here. This is Postasuchus. This is a crocodile relative. And these guys were the big predator on the block around the time that some of the first North American dinosaurs are running around doing their thing. Critters like Coelophysis. Yeah. There's, from Walking with Dinosaurs, Coelophysis and a Postasuchus skull. For comparison. And there we go, yeah, Postasuchus and little Coelophysis there. I think these are supposed to be... Yeah. These are like updated depictions of those Walking with Dinosaurs critters from the first episode of Walking with Dinosaurs, entitled New Blood. I like that they gave the Plateosaurus some feathery covering on its posterior there. I like that. It's faint, but it's there. I like that. An interesting artistic choice. John Ray, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. And Anakin Gabriel says, was there a continent or region that had no dinosaurs? Or were they like humans? There have never been any dinosaurs found on the moon. Apart from that, they lived all over the world. All over our planet Earth. All 7 continents. Including Antarctica. We've got a number of dinosaurs found in Antarctica. Yeah. Yet, says Blinks. Yeah. And Newsperfish, 5 months of support from you. Thank you very, very much for that. I appreciate you. I really do. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. So yeah, and Sculpin, we've not talked about the new purported Tyrannosaurus species yet. We will soon. We will soon. We're going to do a little bit of other fossil news first, I think. Like the first ever preserved amniote skin. Earliest preserved amniote skin. And, oh yeah, and we should do a quick game of Metazoa, Claire Burr, before I forget. Let's do that. Let's do some Metazoa here, shall we? Get rid of some of these tabs. There we go. I've got to try and maintain a streak here. I've never lost a game of Metazoa. Today could be the day, who knows? But, I keep forgetting to do it over the weekends, and so I keep losing the opportunity to get a good streak going. And we still have a half hour? Oh, do we? Is this the same one from... Yeah, it's the same one from yesterday. Alright, so let's wait a half hour and then do it. But let's go over some fossil news here. Oh, shoot. Okay. Alright. Moved my toolbar to the top of the screen by mistake. All right.
This is it. This is the horizon, which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs. Below this level, and out in here, there are dinosaur fossils. Above this level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
A Frillis 6.
And their 8 raiders have stumbled below that level. Let's talk dinosaurs.
Let's do it, Aprilis. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are ya? It's good to have you here. And how did your stream go? I hope it was really good. Playing something called Red Dead Redemption 2. This time it's personal. Now, I've heard of this game. Aren't there fossils to dig up in that game? Anyway, Aprilis, it's good to have you here. Thank you for rating in. Tell me about how your stream went. And let me introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So, E. Magikral says, yes, fossils. Yeah, maybe you were digging up some fossils in that game. I dig up fossils in real life. As a dinosaur paleontologist, dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers. You should check out the YouTube page if you want to see some of our live streams from this past summer, digging up dinosaurs live on Twitch. We had at least 3 new species this summer, and it was a lot of fun. Wonderful opportunity for some science outreach, which is my main point here on Twitch. My whole purpose of being here is to talk to people about fossil science, about natural history, about the fossil record and extinction and evolution and dinosaurs, and why that should matter to you in your everyday life. Paleontology can give us this really cool perspective that really nothing else can. It tells us about our place in Earth history and where we came from and why we're here. It kind of answers that age-old question, you know, where did we come from? We don't have to wonder about that anymore. We know. In the broad strokes, at least. And the dinosaur they assemble in R2-D2 is interesting, lol, says Harmonic Toad. I know it's not R2-D2. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be flippant about this. It's interesting. Well, I'll have to... Maybe I'll check that out at some point. Not much of a video game guy. But, that's cool. It's neat that they put that in that game as well, because, like, turn of the century, Western United States was a real... There was a real, like, dinosaur fossil bonanza going on back then. One that kind of continues to this day, I suppose. And, yeah, it's interesting stuff. But yeah. Where did we go? Where did we come from? Paleo Joe. There you go, Cobra Raven. I just got done assembling this. A 3D printed Tyrannosaur skull. It's either a juvenile Tyrannosaurus, like a young T-Rex, or a different dinosaur called Nanotyrannus, depending on who you ask. But this is the Cleveland skull that I 3D printed and just finished assembling. It took about a week to print, and I think it turned out pretty darn well. So yeah. Anyway, we've got some cool new people here, including you, Harmonic Toad, and Aprilis. I think it might be your first time here as well. And E. Magikral. Would any of you like to see a welcome video to welcome you to the channel, to explain what in the world paleontologizing is all about and what a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch? Aprilis says, sure. Well, thank you again for your raid. And let's get another shout out for you real quick, mods, if you don't mind. Without further ado, we're going to bring forth a good friend of ours whom we call Previously Recorded Danny. And he's going to explain all of this to you. I don't really like talking about myself that much. We let him do the talking because he's a lot better at it. Previously Recorded Danny. It's your time to shine.
Well, thanks, Present Day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about about to find out.
When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at the Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
and they
movies.
said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes, yeah, well, fortunately he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs.
For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020.
One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that.
Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did.
And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction.
I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives, to help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sails on his wind a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are.
This is what I'm all about. And now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so.
It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful.
So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to new friend Afrillis for that raid. Welcome, Afrillis and Raiders. It's good to have you here. We're about to get into some fossil news in just a minute, so you came at just the right time. We've got some cool things to discuss. Some cool things indeed. Dids just raided 2 Dids. Thank you for the raid. Holy cow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Sorry I missed that. But Dids, how did your stream go? You were doing some science and technology as well? Preservation of VHS, old TV and video games? Very cool. Oh, that's pretty neat. Ironbark? Uh-oh. Ironbark, thanks for changing history there.
Ironbark72 just changed things with those 5 gift
I
subs.
suppose that would be prehistory. History, strictly speaking, means like, you know, within written language's existence. But yeah, Charlie's Dragon says VHS, a technology from before your time, Danny. You are a 21-year-old. We're all 21 years old here on Twitch, Charlie's Dragon. That's how it's supposed to be. You know, of course we're 21 years old. Anyway, yeah, as somebody who's done archival work in museums and like digitizing paper records and stuff like that, I really appreciate digitization of older media. I think that's really cool. So Dids, keep up the good work. That's important stuff. Lost media, I think, is always a tragedy, and thanks for helping prevent that, I guess. You know? Yeah. And Pala not NTSC. I'm not sure what either of those acronyms are. Palland. NTSC. National Transportation and Safety Commission? Oh, video formats, yeah. Most of my stuff was digitizing paper records. Locality data, field notes, stuff like that. So, Anakin Gabriel says, is that Archaeopteryx? It is indeed, Anakin Gabriel. That's the Berlin specimen of Archaeopteryx right there, 3D printed. And then there's a paleo-art restoration of Archaeopteryx there as well, by the very very talented Timothy Bradley, who did the Jurassic Park Institute dinosaur illustrations. There's his Edmontosaurus there too. give you some context. This is a time chart showing the progression of time on our planet Earth and the different names that we have for these different time periods, these different geological stages, periods, eras, and eons. We're up here at the top. You, chat, right now are watching during the Holocene epoch, which is so very tiny up here that it's like, it's not even, it's within those black pixels at the top of the Cenozoic era, right here. The Cenozoic era is the age of mammals. So it goes from the present down to 66 million years ago. There was a big asteroid that hit 66 million years ago and changed a lot of things here on Earth. It caused the extinction of many different groups of life, including the non-bird dinosaurs, which dominated the Mesozoic era right here. Dinosaurs first evolved during the Triassic, probably about the middle Triassic, or maybe the beginning of the upper Triassic. And then they take over the world at the beginning of the Jurassic, and they hold on to it for the whole Cretaceous period. That's like 80 million years right there is just the Cretaceous. Anyway, dinosaurs were around for a very long time. And strictly speaking, they still are. Birds are living dinosaurs. And we've got a tremendous number of bird species. They actually outnumber mammal species 2-to-1, so strictly speaking, you could say we're still in the age of dinosaurs, because dinosaurs still outnumber mammal species 2-to-1. How many species of living birds are there?
Over 9,000!
Yeah, it's depending on who you ask, between 9 and 10,000 species of modern birds. For mammals, it's like less than 5,000 species. Oh, yeah. They are lucky enough to fly away from danger when needed. There you go, Dids, yeah. Yeah. A lot better than bats can. Mammals have also tried to conquer the skies. They're still working on it after about 50 million years. Bats can't really take off from the ground most of the time. So yeah. And Blink says, Age of Insects. I mean, if you are going by species count, then it wouldn't be insects. It would probably be bacteria or nematodes or something like that. But let's be honest, we're not really, yeah. And loons need to be on the one. Yeah, that's true, Logan. That's true. You're not wrong about that. But they are the exception to the rule. And I bet you loons could take off from ice if they really needed to. They just need something with enough slipperiness, like water or ice. Not too much friction. They could probably take off from a very smooth metal roof, too. We're bird biased, says Blinks. It's true, we are. Birds are best. I am biased in that regard, yeah. They're living dinosaurs. You can't beat that. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. But yeah. A four-legged something with a big mouth, says Trooper. We call those... Where I come from, we call those tetrapods, Trooper. And I'm one of them. I presume you probably are too. But yeah. Anyway, we'll get to that too, Trooper. Let's do that. We're gonna be on a whole fossil news kick today. Anyway, the reason I show you this, the geologic timescale, is to just try and give you some context. So the Cenozoic era, the age of mammals, or the age of birds, depending on how you look at it. The Mesozoic era, the age of reptiles, dinosaurs most noteworthy among them. And then down here you've got the Paleozoic, which is before the Mesozoic. This is before the evolution of dinosaurs, and that's where this fossil comes from. 290 million years old. One of the only fossilized skins found from the Paleozoic era. And that is beautiful. Look at this. Is this from a sauropsid or a synapsid, I wonder? Probably a sauropsid, but let's see. A dagger-shaped fossil cast, the two pieces left on the bottom right piece, is the oldest mummified skin specimen ever found.
It and 7 skin impressions also pictured belong to an early four-legged vertebrate called an amniote. Well, this is a little bit misleading because amniotes are all tetrapods that aren't amphibians. So birds are kind of amniote. Because birds are a kind of dinosaur and dinosaurs are a kind of reptile. Mammals are a kind of amniote. When we look at our tree of life here, let's go to amniotes. I'm willing to bet that most of your friends are probably amniotes, chat. Most of you watching are probably amniotes. It includes birds, mammals, snakes and crocodilians and lizards and turtles. We're all amniotes. So, amniotes are basically tetrapods, land-living animals with limbs, with 4 limbs. It's all the tetrapods that are not amphibians, basically. At least when we're talking about modern creatures. It gets a bit more complicated when we include weirdo extinct critters, too. But, yeah. Amniotes are a big group. All of the reptiles and all of the mammals today are amniotes. When I say all the reptiles, that includes birds. Birds are, strictly speaking, a kind of reptile. Because they evolved from reptiles. Anyway, Gene1 says, I lose that bet. You've got us, Gene1. Don't you forget that. You're an amniote, promise. I'm glad, Gimpleg, I'm glad. Yeah. And Hugin says, I'm 3 squids in a trench coat? You would not be an amniote then, Hugin. Squid aren't even vertebrates. But yeah. Anyway, what are amniotes? Let's maybe talk about that for a minute. Yeah. I'm trying to find you a decent video here. You know what? PBS Eons would help with this. How the egg came first. Let's take a look at that, because amniotes are all about eggs. Yeah. What defines amniotes is the amniotic egg. That was this cool innovation that they came up with that allowed them to conquer the land in a way that amphibians never really could.
In 1799, the keeper of the Department of Natural History at the British Museum didn't know what to make of a bizarre specimen that had just arrived from Australia. It appeared to be the skin of a beaver or a mole with a beak sewn onto it. Being a good curator, he carefully examined every inch of the specimen and published a detailed description of its many weird features. But he wasn't convinced it was even a real animal. He wrote, and I quote, I ought perhaps to acknowledge that I almost doubt the testimony of my own eyes with respect to the structure of this animal's beak. The beak met the body so perfectly, and the animal was just so strange that, for a hot second there, he suspected that the specimen was a fake. But the arrival of more specimens confirmed that he was dealing with a 100% genuine creature, with the bill of a duck, the tail of a beaver, and the feet of an otter with venomous spurs. The animal, of course, turned out to be a duck-billed platypus. But perhaps the weirdest thing about it was that it was a mammal that laid eggs.
Sorry.
The platypus belongs to an unusual group called monotremes that diverged from the branch of the mammal family tree that leads to marsupials and
Oh, and I can see what they're doing here. This is clever. This is a good way to introduce the concept of amniotes. Because amniotes are defined by eggs, but you might say, well, Danny, mammals don't lay eggs. And I'd say, well, yes, they do. Monotremes do, and that's the primitive state for mammals. Mammals used to lay eggs. This is the earliest mammals laid eggs. During the age of dinosaurs, most mammals laid eggs. It's only one weird group of mammals that decided, like, yeah, we're kind of done with the whole egg thing. I know it's worked for, hundreds of millions of years, but, we're going to do something else now. And those were the Therian mammals, the marsupials and placental mammals. And that, it was a bizarre strategy, but it really paid off for them.
But we still have that eggy stuff inside of us. At least if we're female. And anyway, you know what I mean. We'll get into this. We'll talk about why mammals are still amniotes, even though they don't lay eggs anymore for the most part. Monotremes aside.
And later placentals around 186 million years ago.
And there you go,
although
Logan.
they
Yeah,
might
we
not
do
look
still
like
have eggs, yeah.
were a huge evolutionary innovation. They saved those animals known as amniotes from extinction and may have set the stage for their invasion of dry land. While
we
the
go.
identity of the first animal to lay eggs is still a mystery, paleontologists can estimate when this creature came about and what it might have looked like. And they're teaming up with geneticists and biologists who study living animals to understand why and how most mammals lost this incredible egg-laying innovation. Turns
Pretty
out
cool.
that might have all started with a chance encounter with a virus. The story of the egg spans millions of years, from the first vertebrates that dared to venture onto dry land to today's mammals, including the platypus. And of course, birds. You know, like chickens? Yes, I'm here to tell you, fam, the egg came first.
Oh, yeah. Way first by, like, hundreds of millions of years. But yeah, somebody was saying something that eggs are inside of us now, and they're totally right. Where was this? But yeah.
Okay, now there are eggs, and then there are eggs. The earliest eggs of any kind were laid in water, accompanied by a thick layer of jelly, like frogs do today. And yeah, it's literally just called jelly. And this jelly is a good home for amphibian embryos as long as everything stays wet. But about 385
You're good,
million
Charlie's
years
Dragon,
ago,
yeah.
in the Devonian period, tetrapods started venturing away from the water's edge. Competition was high in aquatic ecosystems, and the only animals on land were invertebrates, like insects and spiders.
Yep. So the first creatures to come up onto land, the first animals to conquer the land, were not tetrapods derived from fish, like Tiktaalik here. They were not the first. The first were arthropods, insects and arachnids and millipedes. Millipedes might actually have been first, or scorpion-like arachnids, like eurypterids. They may have been the first critters to come up onto land. The first animals, I should say. Sometimes I say the word critter as a synonym for organism, like any living thing. Living things are critters in my parlance, you know? I try and make that as generic a term as, but critters are living things, you know? But yeah. The first critters to come up on, or the first animals, excuse me, to come up onto land were arthropods, you know? Insect, arachnids, millipedes, etc. But the first vertebrates to come up onto land were lobe-finned fishes, like Tiktaalik here. Now let's go back to our tree of life. We're talking about amniotes, but let's go back a little bit further. Tetrapods are vertebrate animals that have bones inside them, that have limbs, that came up onto land. Those are tetrapods. And then you have lungfishes and tetrapods here. Lungfish are very closely related to... They're what tetrapods evolved from. You know, strictly speaking, we are a kind of lobe-finned fish. Tetrapods, including all of the amniotes, including Sweetie Pie over there. Hey, Sweetie Pie. She would also be a lobe-finned fish. Part of Sarcopterygii. Let's see if we can entice Sweetie Pie over here. She's one of my landlords. Hey, Sweetie Pie. Hey. Oh, look at that. Oh, you know that sound. Come on up over here. Come here, Sweetie Pie. You cute little lobe-finned fish. Ooh. Ooh, look at that. Gotta come up on the desk to get it. Ooh, are you enticed? It's up here. You want to come up onto the desk? I guess she doesn't want to right now. Well,
Suit yourself, sweetie pie. Suit yourself. She's being shy right now. Yeah. That's okay. Anyway, Sweetie Pie, like all cats, and probably most landlords, is a tetrapod. Oh, as a tetrapod, is also a lobe-finned fish, a Sarcopterygian. Derived from a fish that came up onto land during the Devonian period, about 400 million years ago. We're all descended, all of us, you know, being human beings and people on Twitch, we're all descended from lobe-finned fishes like this that made the journey onto land.
Enticed tetrapod ancestors out of the water. But in order to become truly terrestrial, tetrapods had to be able to keep their embryos wet on dry land. One of the first vertebrates to live and maybe reproduce on dry land was Cassinaria. It lived during the Carboniferous period, around 334 million years ago, in what's now Scotland. And it mixed some of the amphibian features of its ancestors, like unfused shoulder bones, with features associated with reptiles, like strong leg and backbones. And some experts think it resembled a new group of creatures that would appear in the fossil record about 20 million years later, the first true amniotes. These animals laid a new kind of egg, one surrounded by a tough, leathery shell. The shell helped protect the embryo from diseases and attacks, but was also porous enough to let gases reach the embryo so it could breathe and grow.
So that is what makes an amniote an amniote. They evolved this structure, and they passed it on to all of their descendants. We, as humans, still have this in our developmental history. We still have the amniotic egg, except those different pieces, you know, the amnion, the albion, I think, the yolk, all of these other pieces like this, and of course the embryo, are now held within the mother. And did so eggs breathe? Oh yeah. Yeah, if you put, I don't recommend doing this, but if you put an egg underwater, it will drown. It will not be able to breathe. It has to be able to exchange gases with the atmosphere. It breathes. Yeah. Yeah, we just don't have the calcareous shell. Exactly, Jody Fish. Exactly. Sweetie Pie, do you want to come up here? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Hello, sweetie. Look, there's your treat. Yeah. Let's get you on camera there, huh? Yeah. Is that good stuff? What do you think, Sweetie Pie? What do you think? Oh, didn't mean to startle you. You want another one? I can have more for you. Oh, yeah, good stuff, huh? Is that good? Is that good? Yeah. Are you a Sarcopterygian? Are you a lobe-finned fish, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. No, my fingers smell like cat treats now. Oh. Here's one right here. There you go. Oh. And she's fled. She's fled. Well, well, she now associates this desk with treats again. So we might be seeing more of Sweetie Pie. I would not be surprised. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Where were we? Yeah.
With features associated with reptiles, like strong leg and backbones.
And hang on a
some
minute.
Experts think it resembled a new...
Sweetie Pie is back. Hello, sweetie. She's like, I don't want pets, I want treats now. She says, that's what I want. Well, can I entice you with some brushing? Oh. You remember the brush. Yeah. Can I brush you? There we go.
Let's get some of that excess hair. Oh, no, you're marching around. You're gonna do some exploring. What do you see, sweetie pie? What are you looking at? The camera doesn't know what it's looking at. The camera is not focusing properly. Come on, camera. Very cool. Yeah. That's a good girl, sweetie pie. Yeah. You are. Look at you, you're so pretty. Check and see your pretty eyes right now. Yeah. Look, we got another camera over here. Do you want to look at this camera? Right here. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Transform. Degrees clockwise. There you go, sweetie. Oh, look at you. Yeah, I did move into her house, Charlie's Dragon. She's one of my landlords here. And she is... Oh, look at you. I'm glad you tolerate me. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Look at you, sweetie pie. Look at you. Yeah. She's the apex predator now? Oh yeah. If I don't feed her, she will eat me while I'm asleep. Huh, sweetie pie? Yeah. Just go right for the throat. What was that noise? What did you hear? It sounded like Mini Pie coughing. Did you hear Mini Pie coughing, sweetie pie? Yeah. Is she a chin scritch kind? Not really. She doesn't really like that very much. Now, her favorite thing in the world, actually, is... Do you want to see it, chat? Her very favorite thing in the world is a particular kind of sisal rope. I'll show you. She's obsessed with this. Maybe I can show you on the desk. She's gonna tear the place up. She's obsessed with this new toy. It's very simple. It's just some sisal rope. Come on up here. Hey, sweetie. Oh, she's tempted. She's a little bit leery about the desk. She's not so much into sisal rope scratchers, or even most kinds of sisal rope. It's this particular kind here, because we've got other kinds here in the house that she doesn't care about. It's this particular one. Here you go. Here. Come on. Sweetie. Oh, come on.
I don't know if she's going to. Well, that's okay. Next time. Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, Sweetie Pie. Good stuff. Anyway, Sweetie Pie, like us, is a placental mammal, which means that she is a kind of amniote, along with all other reptiles, including birds and mammals.
New group of creatures that would appear in the fossil record about 20 million years later, the first true amniotes. These animals laid a new kind of egg, one surrounded by a tough, leathery shell. The shell helped protect the embryo from diseases and attacks, but was also porous enough to let gases reach the embryo so it could breathe and grow. And the waterproof membranes and the amniotic fluid inside the egg created a self-contained pond so the embryo stayed hydrated. And you gotta stay hydrated. Suddenly, animals didn't have to spend their
Gotta stay hydrated. Here, hang on.
lives in the swamp anymore.
Reminder,
it was a
chat.
huge boost for adventurous
Drink some water.
tetrapods that were colonizing dry land. Then, parts of the planet that had been tropical and humid started to cool and dry up. An event called the Carboniferous Rainforest Collapse, which I've talked about before. The swamps began to disappear, and many amphibian groups went extinct. But the amniotes, being better adapted to drier conditions, expanded into a variety of new niches and dominated
Dinosaurs
the land.
there, yeah.
But what were the steps between embryos in jelly and embryos in shells? Well, we don't know, because of what's known as the egg gap. Some of our earliest fossil
Gentlemen, I will not tolerate an egg gap.
records of amniote eggs are from dinosaurs, like Mosaurus patagonicus, which lived around 215 million years ago in Argentina. And that's at least 100 million years after when we think the egg first appeared. So the initial 30% of the history of the amniote egg unfolded without leaving a trace. Because eggs, especially soft-shelled leathery eggs, like we'd expect to see in early amniotes, don't fossilize well. So without that proof, paleontologists have to rely on inferences based on closely related animals for which they do have hard evidence, a technique known as phylogenetic bracketing. Since
we do this all the
birds
time.
are all amniotes, amniote eggs must have existed in their last common ancestor, the first true amniote. Fossils of the earliest unquestionable reptile, and therefore the earliest known amniote, come from Nova Scotia and are dated to around 310 million years ago. They're from a cute little creature called Hylonomus.
And Hylonomus is not a lizard. I want to make that very, very clear. This is long before the first lizards evolved. This might look to you like a modern-day lizard. It's not a lizard. Lizards did not exist yet. This is a different kind of critter. And no Charlie's dragon. It's not a Komodo dragon either. It's eggs gap. It's like baby gap for egg. There you go, Slumberless. Oh no. It's not a dragon either, Trusap. It's not a Tuma Mayor Space, no. And it's not a lizard. It's from an earlier group that modern lizards did not descend from. Modern lizards all had a common ancestor, and it came hundreds of millions of years after this critter. So it might look like a lizard, but this is, you know, it's something that looks like a lizard way before the first lizards ever evolved. You know? And it would be an example of convergent evolution, actually, Blake the Snake. That's a great point. Yeah, you bet. Yeah. Is it an early varanid? Is it about to sell me insurance? No, it's not a gecko either. Otter do it. Hylonomus. Yeah. Yeah.
And are dated to around 310 million years ago. They're from a cute little creature called Hylonomus. So the egg must be older than that.
Yep.
What we do know is that the tail of the egg diverged into two separate storylines around 315 million years ago, when amniote split into
two major groups. Can anybody tell me what those two major groups of amniotes are? Bonus points if you use the actual terms that we use for them. Dolphins and ichthyosaurs. That's ridiculous. Those are two members of the two groups. Yes. Yeah. And I'm going to have to give this to Jody Fish there, who actually answered in the form of a question. What are sauropsids and synapsids? Jody Fish, you are correct. The board is yours.
two major groups. One was the sauropsids, which would include reptiles, dinosaurs, and birds. The other was the synapsids, the ancestors of mammals.
So yeah. Basically, reptiles, including birds and dinosaurs, that birds are part of, and synapsids, which is mammals and their ancestors.
And these two groups put their eggs in very different baskets. Sauropsids mostly kept laying eggs throughout their evolutionary history, although they'd end up laying different kinds of eggs. Some reptiles...
And was there not a third? There would have been other small groups that branched off here too, but we don't really know about them. Like, this is one major split that happened very early on in amniote evolution. So both sauropsids and synapsids are kind of amniote. Amniotes are critters that have eggs, like eggs on dry land. This split happened really, really early on. Really, really early on. To the point where, like, reptiles and mammals have always been separate. You may have heard in the past that, like, oh yeah, mammals, they evolved from earlier reptiles. That's not true. The reptile-mammal split happened way back at the beginning of amniota. And there may have been a few separate species here and there at the beginning that were, like, branching off in different directions, but they didn't go anywhere. At this point, where sauropsids and synapsids actually diverged, they originally would have just been two different little species here. Originally, they were one species, a basal amniote, and then that species branched into two, and just that little split right there, way back at the beginning of amniota, that little split, the population diverging and species going in different directions, this led to this huge split that we have today. It's, I don't know, to go back into, like, classical literature, I suppose. It's like an Isaac and Ishmael moment. If you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. The sauropsids are like, call me Ishmael. And the synapsids are like, what are you talking? We're gonna be mammals. Yeah. Anyway, Logan, yeah. Let's continue.
Mammals. And these two groups put their eggs in very different baskets. Sauropsids mostly kept laying eggs throughout their evolutionary history, although they'd end up laying different kinds of eggs. Some reptiles continued laying eggs like those of early amniotes, which were soft and leathery, like turtles still do today. But birds, and their predecessors, the dinosaurs, eventually started forming a different type of egg, one that had calcium in the shell.
Mayor Spaces, there's so many more families of sauropsids alive today. Where are all the other synapsid families? We just have mammals? All the other ones died out, Mayor Space. Yeah. Shoot, and a big part of that goes back to this. At the end of the Cretaceous period, there was that big extinction event where you had these different sauropsid groups. All of the dinosaurs, except for birds, died out. But birds squeak through. So do lizards and snakes. Those are both sauropsids. Crocodiles and turtles do really well, actually. Only like 20% of them go extinct. And these guys are not sauropsids. Caudates are salamanders and newts. They're kind of amphibian. They're outside of that group. Anyway, crocs survive, turtles survive, lizards survive, birds survive. Those are different sauropsid groups. Only the mammals from the synapsids survive, and only like 10% of mammal species survive. So part of the reason why synapsids diversity is lower today, at least like at the clade level like that, is because of that extinction event at the end of the Cretaceous, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? And where did Tuatara fall, though? Oh, great question, Logan. I'm so glad you asked that. Yeah. So Tuatara are a kind of lepidosaur reptile. There's the lepidosaurs right there. And the lepidosaurs is almost entirely lizards. Snakes are a kind of lizard, by the way. The only lepidosaur that's not a lizard, there's only one species of lepidosaur that's not a lizard. And it is Sphenodon punctatus, the Tuatara. So yeah, Tuatara are so cool because they're the last living member of this once diverse ancient group. They used to be all over the place, including here in North America. now the only place you can see tuatara in the wild, you can see any kind of sphenodontian reptile in the wild. There's only one species, the tuatara, in New Zealand. So yeah. And cold-blooded, yeah, they are what we call ectothermic. They need to get their body heat from an external source. So they are cold-blooded, true sap, yeah. Yeah. Although within Sauropsida, we've got a whole wealth of different kinds of metabolism. Some sauropsids, like this cassowary here, and like other birds, they are warm-blooded. They generate their own body heat. Some sea turtles do the same thing, like leatherback sea turtles generate their own body heat. Their body temperature is warmer than that of the surrounding seawater. There's a few other lizard, I think, that do that also. And obviously, all birds do that. But most lizards, snakes, turtles, tuatara, and crocodilians, they're ectothermic, cold-blooded. Cold-blooded. They need to get their body heat from an external source. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. The point is, sauropsids, they're one of those two major groups of amniotes. Synapsids and sauropsids. The mammals and the reptiles. Sometimes I like to say reptiles to put it in big, like, air quotes, because I think the word reptile has a certain connotation for most people. When they think of reptile, they think cold-blooded. They think probably green and scaly. They probably don't think warm-blooded, intelligent, fast, social, feathery. When you hear the word reptile, you probably don't think feathers. But most reptiles around today are birds. If you go by species count, the majority of reptile species are birds. So yeah. Logan says, convincing people that birds are reptiles can be controversial. Yeah. So if you say sauropsid, sometimes you avoid some of those pitfalls. And it's also more, technically speaking, true. But sauropsid excuse me, forget those air quotes. Sauropsid and reptile are basically synonyms. This group is also, you can call them reptiles if you want. But then you have to explain to people that, yes, birds are a kind of reptile, you know? And a lot of people are like, what? Some people actually get angry about that. Yeah. Shoot, I've told this story before, but I dated a gal back in Montana, really, really smart person. And she, prided herself on being very intelligent, as she was. But I mentioned this at one point. I'm like, birds are a kind of reptile. And she goes, what? No, they're not. I'm like, well, no, they are. She's like, that's not what I learned in school. She'd studied really hard in school and knew a lot of things, but what she'd been taught was not complete or, strictly speaking, correct. This kind of classification isn't taught in most American schools. Maybe it's taught in Europe or Asia or Africa or Australia. I don't know. South America, perhaps. In the United States, most biology curricula don't really even touch this. And that's assuming that your biology teacher is actually teaching out of a textbook and not just like teaching you creationism or something, which happens in a shocking number of public schools. Let alone, like private, especially religious schools. So anyway, she was like offended by this idea almost. She's like, wait, so this like classification scheme that I studied in school, this is all wrong? And she just didn't want to believe it. She's like, well, no, but birds have feathers. They're not reptiles. It's like, well, no, birds are a kind of reptile that has feathers. And I was talking to her about feathered dinosaurs and stuff, and it just, I don't know. Yeah. But yeah.
And cooking fat, yeah, says if I told my brother that birds are reptiles, his head would explode, I think. That's the thing, is that, like, it messes with people's worldview. You know? Yeah. Board of Education for the state of Florida. Oh, yeah, boy. Logan Rocco, yeah. Yeah. And, Teresa Sapp says, all reptiles have scales or scutes? Not entirely true, Teresa Sapp. There's some reptiles that don't. There are certain birds that don't have scales or scutes. Penguins might be a good example. I don't think they even have scales on their toes. Yeah. So yeah. And what does Science Stream say? We had a school down the street from us with an anti-science day? Wait, what? Science streams? An ex's siblings went there, and they told me why evolution is a lie. Oh boy. That is really sad to hear, science streams. Yeah. And there's also scaleless snakes and lizards, although they're definitely an exception. Yeah. It's not the... I think the standard, the basal trait for sauropsids is to have scales. But there are definitely birds, or I'm pretty sure there are birds without scales even on their feet. And there are, I think, lizards and snakes that also don't have scales. They just have kind of a leathery sort of skin. Yeah. Yeah, it was a day disproving scientific theories like isotope dating, evolution, rockets. Oh boy, science streams. This is why we do what we do, you know? This is why we're fighting the good fight. Yeah. And yeah, Gimpleg says defining animals by shared characteristics instead of shared lineages will always lead to exceptions. Exactly, Gimpleg. Exactly. Yeah. But yeah. And Logan says, I do remember about feathers being a type of evolved scale, though. I don't know if that's still held to be true. I know that was kind of the idea early on, is that, like, oh, it wouldn't be that difficult to change a scale into a feather. But I don't actually know for a fact that's where scales came from. They might be a separate kind of integument that might have a different kind of developmental pathway. I don't actually know for certain. Yeah. But yeah. And there you go, Jody Fish. Yeah, convergent evolution. Yes. Is it more likely evolved from some proto-hare? I think... I don't know, Sophie. That's a good question. Yeah. And can I explain Longisquama? I don't know enough about it to have a pithy take on it. Teresa Sapp. Yeah. And in what it meant? Integument. Garnastudo. Integument. Here. It means like skin or skin covering. Exterior covering, so... Integument. The tissue surrounding an organism's body or an organ within, such as skin, a husk, shell, germ, or rind. It's funny, I didn't even think plants. Diagonal. But of course it's also plants. Integument. I'm working on my animal chauvinism here, you know? Yeah. Yeah, it's derived from integumentum, which is Latin for a covering. Yeah. But yeah. So it could be the exoskeleton of an insect or other arthropod. It could be the skin of a mammal, the feathers of a dinosaur, the scales of a reptile. Integument. It basically just means like skin stuff, you know? And Neverwinter says Longisquama is what some ornithologists think birds evolved from. I think that's more of an idea that kind of died out in like the 1960s, Neverwinter. But yeah, I think it's pretty clear that the structures that Longasquama has are not related to feathers in any way at all. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And when I'm peeling an orange, I'm skinning the integument off? Yeah, Logan, yeah. Yeah. Integument is just basically a grab bag term that means like the stuff on the outside. The skin, or the skin-like stuff. You know? And did you learn about extinct plants they used to eat? The dinosaurs used to eat? Sure, trees of sap, yeah. 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 And Diagonal says plants have a covering layer, epidermis, but not all plants have tissue layers. Interesting, Diagonal. Yeah. Anyway. And Saggy Iguana, I saw your message. Yeah, the Burke Museum. I went there for the first time back in September. And, not only did I get to see the Tufts Love Tyrannosaurus, but, well, a bunch of other stuff, too. Yeah, there's Stegosaurus and Allosaurus mount there. The Tufts Love Tyrannosaurus. But I went into the collections in the back. Thanks to lab manager Kelsey Abrams. And I got to see some of the Tufts Love Rex pieces in the back and got to hold them too, which was pretty awesome. So let's see. Yeah, there's the premaxillae of the Tufts Love Rex. Apparently they had to cast these and then modify the cast a little bit to get them to fit onto the maxillae. So the premaxillae, those are the bones in the front of the jaw, right there at the top. You know, they're like the mustache bones, I guess. It's where the teeth here. With our Nanotyrannos here, it's these bones in the front, right here, that bear the teeth along the front of the upper jaw. And they've got the nares there. You can see where the nostril is. Yeah. Got to see these and hold some of them, and it was pretty darn cool. There's one of the maxillary teeth from the Tufts Love Rex. Pretty neat. And then I also got to hold this. This is from a Triceratops that I helped dig up back in 2014 with a crew from the Burke Museum. My crew from Museum of the Rockies at the time got called in to basically help the Burke Museum crew learn how to dig up dinosaurs. So does anybody have a guess what this is? I'll give you a hint. This is a piece of a Triceratops. What bone do you think it is? Which bone is this on the Triceratops? Yeah. A funny bone? Not quite, Charlie's Dragon. Hip? That's a good guess. Kneecap? It says Trucicep. Dinosaurs didn't actually have bony kneecaps, with very few exceptions. So this is what we call the occipital condyle. And once again, Jody Fish got it right. Yeah. So this is like it's almost like like a trailer ball. This is where the neck connects to the skull. So there's this big lump of round bone on the back of the skull that acts almost like a ball and socket joint that connects with the neck. And again, bring this up to show you. Our juvenile Tyrannosaurus skull. The occipital condyle on this guy is right here. Yeah, so appropriately sized for a juvenile Tyrannosaurus. But it's a lot bigger on Triceratops, an adult Triceratops who's got a much bigger head, you know? It's going to be pretty sizable on that critter. So yeah. Yeah. Well, it's not the brain holder, that's the brain case, Risadegu. This is the bony attachment point between the skull and the neck bones. The neck vertebrae. The cervical series. So yeah, you could tow a yacht with that thing? Yeah, Steely Dan. Shoot, I have also worked as a delivery driver, and I've worked with trailers and stuff.
Paleontology, much larger mysteries still remain.
And Commando44, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. This is way bigger than any trailer ball I've ever used. They tend to be, what is it, a 3.5-inch trailer ball? This is way bigger than that. Holy cow. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Even though heavy the skull is on one of those, it'd be lighter to tow a yacht. Yeah, there you go, Dinosaur Dave. Yes. Yeah. And Jody Fish says, yeah, unlike in sauropsids, like Triceratops or Tyrannosaurus, our skull connection, as mammals, with our first cervical vertebrae is more or less planar. Yeah, Jody Fish. Yeah, yeah. With Triceratops and other ceratopsian dinosaurs in particular, yeah, they tend to have really big heads. Here's a bunch of different ceratopsian heads with horns and frills. They're sizable. They tend to have really big, heavy heads. And so they need a pretty big attachment point like that. And it is like a ball and socket, so they could just move their head all around like that. Yeah, for showing off those horns and frills. So yeah, they all have shields on their heads. Yeah, we call those frills, Logan, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, and steel can be smaller and work just fine. That's true, Mayor Space. Different materials. Yeah. So yeah, yeah. But yeah, anyway, we were talking about, let's go back to amniotes here real quick. And then we'll talk about the earliest known amniote skin.
This made them much stronger and also more like
your Magnifite. Welcome.
Which is why we have those fossil eggs from the saurs. Now, the other group, the synapsids, took a much more complicated path. Like sauropsids, early synapsids probably laid primitive amniote eggs with flexible shells, but there's no fossil evidence of their eggs either. But we know that in just over 100 million years, the ancestors of mammals made huge strides. They went from scaly, lizard-like creatures like Ophiachodon to fully warm-blooded, furry creatures with mammalian jaws and middle ear bones. And at some point, synapsids even evolved mammary glands when they were still laying eggs. At first, these glands possibly served as a source of water to help keep eggs hydrated. But later, they became a source of milk for feeding young after they hatched. Milk is something that all mammals do, even the ones that lay eggs. Enter the monotremes. This new group of synapsids branched off around 186 million years ago during the early Jurassic period. This was the last group of synapsids to branch off that still laid eggs. And these ancient egg layers probably reproduced a lot like today's monotremes do. The mother platypus, for example, keeps her fertilized shelled eggs inside for a long time before she lays them. While they're inside, the embryos take in a lot of nutrients from the mother and are developed enough that they hatch in less than 2 weeks.
So that is something I did not know, but that makes a ton of sense, actually. This is like one of those things that... So she's almost ovoviviparous. If she just held onto those eggs a little bit longer, she would give birth to live young. But her body still produces a shell for those eggs and still lays the eggs externally. That's really interesting. Yeah, a lot of sharks are like that, Trusasap. Yeah, where they still produce eggs, but the eggs hatch inside of the mother. And then, like, the exterior of the egg comes out later through the birth canal.
Yeah. The embryos take in a lot of nutrients from the mother and are developed enough that they hatch in less than 2 weeks. And we think monotremes have been doing it more or less that way this whole time. But
Interesting.
finally, around 160 million years ago, in the late Jurassic period, the ancestors of placental mammals and marsupials appeared. These were the therians, like Duromaya, a toothy, shrew-like mammal known from China. Now, the steps that happen between having eggs and having actual pregnancies in our mammal ancestors are mysterious, because, you guessed it, there's not much fossil evidence. But, once again, researchers can turn to living mammals to try to figure out what happened. One piece of the puzzle could be changes in gene expression. Because the main membranes of an amniotic egg, known as the sac, the chorion, and the allantois, are all present in animals that give birth to live young. They're just used.
Well, Sweetie Pie, welcome back. It's good to see you, sweetie. You've returned. Do you want another treat? Is that what you came here for? Yeah, we're doing some behavior reinforcement here, aren't we? Yeah, good stuff. Here, I'll put this right here. There you go, Sweetie Pie. There you go. Here. Let's continue.
Used in different ways. Mammals still form as the main membranes of an amniotic egg, known as the sac, the chorion, and the allantois, are all present in animals that give birth to live young. They're just used in different ways. Mammals still form an amniotic sac around their young, but the placenta, the organ that provides material to the embryo from the mother, is actually formed from the chorion and allantois membranes of the egg. So mutations may have changed how the pieces of the amniotic egg were used.
Hang on. Let's find, birds for cats to watch. There we go. Look at this, Sweetie Pie. Oh man, she's intrigued. Look at that. Yeah. Hey. That's not a bird, that's a squirrel. She's like, what gives here? I might have to... Oh, sweetie. Look at that. Here. What are you doing, Sweetie Pie? Camera is not focusing properly. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Look at you. And look, a squirrel. You love squirrels. Or maybe you hate them. I actually can't tell from your reaction, but you're provoked by them in some way. You feel strongly about them. I just don't know to what extent. Huh. Oh, does she chitter at them? Yeah, well, mostly at birds. She's actually, she feels more strongly about birds, I feel. Anywho, let's get back to what we were watching. Not this, but this.
Another idea is that therians followed a path similar to the material to the embryo from the mother is actually formed from the chorion and allantois membranes of the egg. So mutations may have changed how the pieces of the amniotic egg were used, leaving mammals with an entirely new reproductive strategy as a result. Another idea is that therians followed a path similar to the monotremes, where eggs were retained in the mother's body for longer and longer periods of time. And this also might have happened through changes in the expression of genes, in this case in the genes involved with egg retention or embryo development. Yet another piece of the puzzle could be unusual proteins called syncytins. These proteins help cell membranes fuse together, and they're most important.
You examining my fossils and stuff, Sweetie Pie? What are you thinking? Huh. What's going on over there? Yeah? What are your thoughts? Would you care to share?
What's impression? Do you appreciate that? You look so shiny the past few days. Removing all this excess fur that you don't need anymore. Here we go. Good stuff. Chewing on my lights. What do you think? Look at all that. That's like a significant portion of your volume. Just removed. Yeah? Do you approve? What do you think, sweetie pie? We can make a new cat with all that fur. Exactly, Horns fan. Clone you, sweetie pie. I'm a sweetie clone. You're pushing the camera around. Oh. Yeah. What do you think? Do you like being on Twitch? Seems like it. Okay, not bad. Got some serious cat hair here. Put that there for now. And birds also like it for nesting, says Trucisep. That's funny. I would think that they would, but I also...
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Green Herring. For those kitty bitties, Green Herring. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Here, let's get back to this. But I've heard some people say before, where Denver Fowler told me once that he took a bunch of cat hair from his cat and put it out with like other bird nesting material for birds to take and use to build nests with, and they wouldn't touch it. They took all the twine and all the dryer lint and all of the thread and everything else, but they just would not touch the cat hair.
Because
It's like I think they can smell it.
America loses them forever.
And Horns fan, thank you for subscribing. Did you just continue a gift sub there, Horns fan? Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly, Horns fan. It's those recurring subs that really keep me going here, and I appreciate that immensely. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow. Here, speaking of which, let's finish this video so we can get back to our fossil news and then talk about the new Tyrannosaurus species, and then do Thursday BIRDSday too. Yeah. Yep, getting ever closer to that Partner Plus goal. Yes, indeed, Lenina. Yeah.
Happen from changes in the expression of genes, in this case in the genes involved with egg retention or embryo development. Yet another piece of the puzzle could be unusual proteins called syncytins. These proteins help cell membranes fuse together, and their most important role in mammals is developing the placenta. What's interesting about syncytins is that they didn't evolve in mammals.
And I've not done Metazoa yet, Teresa. Let's do that too.
Were even a thing. Syncytins are actually what's left of an ancient form of glycoproteins, which make the outer shells or envelopes of some viruses. But they're also found in modern mammals. So, researchers think that more than 190 million years ago, some retrovirus attacked one of our mammal ancestors and inserted bits of its genetic material into its host DNA that made that viral protein. And over time, that viral DNA was repurposed into new genes in mammals. So today's mammals, including you, still carry pieces of this ancient virus with them. But instead of connecting parts of a virus together, they're used to build a placenta. So it may be that a chance encounter with a virus kick-started the process that led to mammals no longer laying eggs. The evolution of the shelled egg was a milestone in animal evolution, helping those first amniotes take over the land. And the sauropsids and the synapsids put their own spin on the amniotic egg, ones that we can see today in living birds, like the chicken, and in monotremes, like the platypus. So by digging into the genomes of these living amniotes, we can start to tell the story of how and when the egg came first.
Pretty cool stuff. Here's a link to this video. So now you know a thing or two about amniotes. You know that the amniotic egg was their big innovation. And we still retain that today. We still have an amnion inside of us. I forget what it's called within the placental mammal architecture, but yeah. We've still got that. So now back to the article here. So 7 skin impressions, also pictured, belong to an early four-legged vertebrate called an amniote. And that's not a specific kind of creature, it's just, I don't know, it's, nowadays we think of it as very generic. Because it's all of the tetrapods that are not amphibians, including you and me. So a dark sliver of rock pulled up from an Oklahoma limestone quarry is the world's oldest fossil cast of skin ever found. The fossil is nearly 290 million years old. And once dressed an early member of the amniotes, a clade of four-legged vertebrates that evolved from amphibians and includes all reptiles, birds, and mammals. Researchers report January 11th in Current Biology. It's 21 million years older than the other only reported fossilized skin from the Paleozoic era, spending 541 million to 252 million years ago. Yep. During which animals moved on shore and diversified. This is definitely the oldest known piece of mummified skin, says paleontologist Ethan Mooney of University of Toronto, Mississauga. It fits into a broader story of how the first animals left the water and went onto land. Fossil collectors Bill and Julie May found the cast along with exquisitely preserved skin impressions at an Oklahoma quarry in an ancient limestone cave system known as Richard's Spur. There, a special concoction of cave conditions contributed to the fossil's superb preservation. It's a little bit misleading because it would not have been a cave back then. Yeah. Corpses, oh boy, were buried in fine sediments which excluded oxygen and slowed decay, and were exposed to groundwater rich in iron, an element that helps preserve tissues. Also, the site was an ancient oil seep. Petroleum and tar permeated the remains, sealing them off from decaying conditions while also staining them black. And yeah, it could be from a critter like this, like Captorinus. The skin samples all possess non-overlapping scales, although those scale sizes, distributions, and abundances vary. Specimens probably come from different places on the amniote body. Mooney's team suggests and possibly different animals, too. Pretty cool. Cast cross-sections revealed a thickened outer skin layer, or epidermis. The development of a robust epidermis would have protected early amniotes from the elements while also helping them retain water. That superficial innovation eventually led to bird feathers and mammalian hair follicles. Tough and bumpy amniote skin, Money says, was the first stage. Very cool, and here is the actual paper. Unfortunately, it is paywalled. But yeah, Paleozoic cave system preserves oldest known evidence of amniote skin. Wait, was it an actual ancient cave? Let's take a look. And they're saying it's from Captorinus. Interesting. Huh. Let me skim this here real quick. Exceedingly rare integumentary soft tissues. The first critical evidence in the anatomical changes marking the transition from the aquatic and semi-aquatic lifestyles of anamniotes to the fully terrestrial lifestyle of the amniotes. It's the first record of a skin fossil cast in the Paleozoic era, and the earliest known occurrence of epidermal integumentary structures. Skin, we would say. Very cool. Very cool stuff. Very, very cool stuff. And yeah, there you go. That is, so they actually have a skull of Captorinus there. That's how they can tell that it is from Captorinus. Very cool. And it was a cave, but filled in over time. I'm surprised to hear that, Trek Nerd. Yeah. Looks like it. Very cool. Beautiful preservation. You know, this is almost 300 million years old, and you can still see those individual scales like that. It almost reminds me of like a Gila monster. They have a similar kind of bumpy skin like that. And also, because it's black, it reminds me of a Gila monster. Really cool. A Gila monster, by the way, if you're not familiar, is this wonderful, I think, helodermatid lizard. They're a kind of lizard that lives in the American Southwest, including deserts of Mexico, too. And they are venomous. They don't have fangs, but they kind of like chew their venom from glands in their jaws. They chew it with their teeth into their victims. Just kind of go, ah, 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 and they let the venom seep into the wound. So you don't want to get bit by them, but they're pretty chill. They're pretty tame animals. Well, not tame, but you know what I mean. Which you would not expect seeing, yeah. Uh-oh. Don't park the car. They're relatively docile, unless they're 100 feet long, and then they knock over your car, Mayor Space.
Skid marks out here. They go at a direct right angle to the direction of travel.
No digs in the macadam either. Somebody was hurt. There's blood all over this thing.
What is this black menace that kills everything it sees and hears? No human mind could imagine the enormous destructive power of this maddened, killing thing.
They're such chill animals, though, you know?
Look out. If you're driving a lonely road...
Oh, and Sweetie Pie is using the scratching thing. Sweetie Pie, good girl. Yeah. Oh, Sculpin, she's using the scratching mat that you got her, and I'm really happy about that, because she's not going to scratch the rug anymore. Good girl, Sweetie Pie. Yeah.
Look out. If you're driving a lonely road...
Why are we watching this?
Good as dead.
Anyway, Gila monsters are actually pretty chill. And that skin there reminds me of, yeah, of that of a Gila monster. Cool stuff. And we do basically have the whole paper here, it looks like. Which is nice. I know that PDF is paywalled. Wait, no, it's not? No, it's not. Well, very cool. Here's a link to the paper. Yeah. And diagonal, I did not know this, but the Gila monster in the giant Gila monster was not even a Gila monster. It was a Mexican beaded lizard. Well, they are sister species. The Gila monster and the Mexican beaded lizard. Let me show you. They're often mistaken for one another. There's the Gila monster there, and the Mexican beaded lizard. Heloderma horridum. And Heloderma suspectum. And Heloderma exasperatum, what is this? We've got other species? The Rio Fuerte bearded lizard. Beaded lizard, excuse me. That's what they're calling it here. Interesting. They're really pretty. Look at this one. Oh, that's gorgeous. Look at that patterning. Yeah. Huh. And Logan says, when I was a kid, there was thought to be only 2 venomous lizard species. That's what I always learned as well, Logan. Gila monsters and Mexican beaded lizards. And now we've got multiple other species within genus Heloderma? And we've got potentially venomous varanid lizards as well. Yeah. Very cool. And yeah, see how chill they are? Look. There's a dude just holding this. I like his shirt. Vatos muertos. That means like dead gangsters. See how chill they are? Yeah. Just don't go park your car out in their habitat with your best gal. Or, yeah. But they really are pretty calm. Yeah, Little Big Pony. Yeah. Anyway, good to see you, Delta Rain. Welcome, welcome. Hope things are going well. It's good to see you. So anyway, we've got... This is cool news here. Oldest known fossilized skin. I don't know if we're really going to glean anything too groundbreaking out of this, but it's just cool because it is so old and it is a new world record. The oldest fossilized skin that we have. That's worth getting excited about. You know what else is worth getting excited about? Is Metazoa. We should have a new clue for today that we can go over, so let's go ahead and do that. Let's guess our mystery animal today.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Yeah. For those of you who haven't seen this before, this is a cool online game. It's kind of like Wordle, but instead of guessing the word of the day, you have to guess the mystery animal of the day. And so my usual strategy for this is to do some kind of placental mammal. And what were we talking about? I could do platypus, but that's not a placental mammal. Tuatara, I mean, that's going to be an outgroup, and it's not... I don't know how well that's going to work. Oh, let's do rabbit. Yeah, I like that, Gojira. Let's do rabbit as our first guess. And, ooh. I'm really glad that we did do that. Because we know it's a Boroeutherian mammal. So there we go. We know this includes the primates and the rodents and the carnivorans and the ungulates. Boroeutheria. Pull them up on the Tree of Life. And I'll spell it correctly this time. Bore, B-O-R-E-O, Eutheria, E-U-T-H-E-R-I-A, Boroeutheria. Would you like me to use it in a sentence? Boroeutheria is the mammalian clade, which includes lions and tigers and bears, oh my, as well as bats, cats, rhinos, whales, deer, and pangolins. Boroeutheria. Rats, bats, and cats. And lemurs and goats and dolphins. Boroeutheria. We've still got 4,642 species that it could be in here. So what we're going to try and do is we're going to try and find a major split within Boroeutheria, and we're going to try and eliminate one of those two major branches. Let's find the first big split here within Boroeutheria. We've got the Laurasiatheria here. And we've got the Euarchontoglires, which is primates and rodents and rabbits and etc. And this gives us a clue. Since we guessed rabbit, and it did not say, yes, it's a Euarchontoglire, we know it's not part of this group. If the mystery animal here had been a Euarchontoglire, then the most exclusive group that contains our mystery animal and our guess would be Uarchontoglira, and it's not. It's Boreoeutheria, which tells me it's not a Uarchontoglire. That means it has to be a Laurasiathere. So right there, by realizing that, we've just eliminated 2,000 plus species. And we've only got 2,067 left. We're narrowing it down. When we started off, there's millions of animal species. And now we've got it down to fewer than 2,100. Not too shabby. So let's find another major split in Laurasiatheria here. We've got insectivores here. Ulipotyphla, excuse me. There's only 392 species there. Let's see. Cloven-hoofed ungulates, there's not that many. Let's see if it's a... I don't know what this clade is called. Or this one. Well, let's just see if it's a carnivoran. Well, actually, no. Shoot. It gets tricky at this point. Let's try and knock out the bats. There's 1,000 species of them. So let's just try bat. Let's try vampire bat. Apparently it only has 2 bat species on there. And... okay. We can eliminate this clade. We know it's not part of Chiroptera. But is it a carnivoran or a perissodactyl? Let's try a carnivoran next. Let's try... we'll go simple with this and we'll do dog or wolf. I guess they don't have dog, but they have wolf. And this has been a fruitful guess. We know it's part of Caeniformia, the dog-like carnivorans. So that's good. We know it's a carnivoran. But it's not a cat-like carnivoran. It's a dog-like carnivoran. So we've narrowed it down to 163 species here. Yeah. But I guessed wolf, and it didn't give me canid, so we know that it's not going to be within Canidae. Where's Canidae? Yeah, it's not going to be within this genus, and it's not going to be within this clade here. It's probably not going to be a coyote. It's probably not going to be a raccoon dog. It could be a fox. No, foxes are also part of Canidae. It's not going to be a fox. So instead, what are the other dog-like carnivorans? We know it's not going to be one of these guys. Or it would have said Canidae, which it doesn't. Instead, it's got to be either a bear, a pinniped, a mustelid, or a raccoon-like animal. Let's try pinnipeds first, because there's a lot of them. 35 species. Let's try seal. And nope, it's not a seal. So we've knocked out 35 species there. But it could still be a lot of these. It could be a mustelid. It could be a bear. Yeah. I wish these had clade names. That would make it easier on me. This could be a tricky one. This could be a tricky one. Let's try bear. Let's try black bear. No! Shoot. So it's not a bear. It's not a pinniped. It's not a canid. Let's try a weasel. And it is a mustelid. Excellent. Uh-oh, we've only got 14 guesses left, though. Do you think we can get it, Chet? Oh, boy. It is within Mustelidae. So, Mustelidae are the weasels and their relatives. Yeah, which... I don't know if Mustelidae is actually a proper clade on here, is it? Weasel, stoats, and more. I don't know if it is. Weasels. So... it could be a skunk. Or it could be a badger. Here. Let's look for skunk on here. Skunks. There you go. There's 10 species of skunk, although I think it'll only give us one in Metazoa. But yeah, let's just try skunk here. No, it's not a skunk. We've lost a precious guest there. Skunks are not within Mustelidae. They're part of Musteloidea, so they're a part of the larger group. Shoot. Yeah. Wolverine or badger or stonk? Oh, skunk. Kochira. A marten. I don't know if they actually have marten. They don't. They do have badger. They don't have stoat. But they do have wolverine. I'm guessing it's probably either a wolverine or a badger. But let's look here real quick. Wolverine. Gula Gula. Yeah. They are the same family as martens. Various weasels. Weasels, stoats, and more. That sounds like a store I'd want to shop at. Weasels, stoats, and more. We'll fill all your mustelid needs. Stoats are us. Or a law firm. Oh no. Yeah. They're right next door to Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. And actually, that reminds me. I've got to do this now or I'm going to forget. Hang on a second. Let's see. Corporate jingle. And then let's find that file. Where was that? Sound effects and etc. Thank you, SB, for the 6 months there.
Paleo dance, paleo dance, paleo dance.
I appreciate that very much,
there are fewer
SB.
than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
And holy cow, Miggity Marty!
3 of them are leading this expedition.
5 gift subs from Miggity Marty. Thank you very much for that support. I appreciate that
Miggity
tremendously.
Marty just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you, Miggity Marty. I appreciate you more than you know. And there's 5 people in the chat who are also very grateful for your generosity there. Thanks for keeping me here on the air with that gift there. Thank you, SB, for the 6 months of continued support. That's wonderful, and I do really appreciate it. Yeah. Hey, where were we? Oh, yeah. I did it. Weasels, stoats, and more.
Fulfilling all your mustelid needs. Good stuff. Yeah. So, we've got a couple guesses left. A couple guesses. How many? We only have 13 guesses left. I don't know if we can get this. Shoot. Shoot, chat. Do you think we can get it in 13 guesses? Yeah, which mustelid is it? Chat, should we guess badger? Or should we guess Wolverine? What do you think? So we know that wolverines are a kind of mustelid. I'm not 1,000,000% sure that badgers are... No, okay, honey badgers are. But badgers are... You know what? Let's look up Mustelidae on Wikipedia. Yeah. It includes weasels, badgers, otters, martens, and wolverines. There we go. A lot of critters within Mustelidae. What do you think, chat? Wolverines? Mushroom, says Mayorspace. Those are part of, those are fungi, Mayorspace. Different branch on the tree of life inside. Way different. It could also be an otter, though, Grim Deviant. It could be an otter. Oh, shoot. You're right. It also includes otters. Oh, boy. Well, yeah, you know what we gotta do? We should do a poll here. Alright. Which mustelid? Should we do Badger? Should we do Wolverine? Or should we do Otter? And start poll. Up to you, chat. Wolverines for the win, says Daisy McGar. SB says, I love otters, so there's my vote. And it is just guessing now, Teresa said, but at a certain point it just does come down to guessing. Because I don't think their cladograms or their phylogeny is that granular. Look at those chickens. Thank you, Thing 1 of 2, for those 5 months of support. Thank you very much for that. I really do. Appreciate it. Thanks for helping me pay my bills here. Making this possible for me to do this 5 days a week. And otters, what'd I miss? Well, shoot, you had a chance to vote otter on our poll here. Otter. Let's see what we got. Otter won, anyway. So, good. We're gonna guess otter now for our game of Metazoa. Alright, chat. You ready? Otter, uh-oh. But should we do river otter or sea otter? What do you think, chat? What do you think we should do? Which one? River otter or sea otter? River.
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Is that a type? Reagan 10,000 bits? Holy cow, Reaganation. Holy moly. That's 100 clams there. That's a lot of dollars, Reaganation. That is a lot of dollars. Holy moly. Reagan Nation, that's incredible, and I really appreciate it. Just so I can see all the clapping, I hope you got your money's worth, Reagan Nation. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Helping me pay my bills here, keeping me here on the air, Reagan Nation.
Can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation
Ironbark.
and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
1,500 bits. Holy moly! That is excellent, and I really appreciate it. Holy cow, Ironbark. Thank you very, very much. That is extraordinary. I want the little guitar thingy. Guitar thingy? You mean the ukulele, Ironbark? And the singing. Maybe we can do that later. Maybe we can do that later. It's been a while, hasn't it? Okay. Okay, you've twisted my arm, chat. As long as Reagan Nation is okay with that. Holy cow, Jody Fish! 10 gift subs from Jody Fish there, too. Thank you, Jody Fish. Look at this beautiful Tinamou bird. Here to, herald the arrival of 10 gift subs. Very excited. A little too excited. Uh-oh.
Jody Fish is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Holy cow. Jody
Though
Fish.
it may not seem like much, 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science outreach here on Twitch.
And Delta Rain, thank you for those 500 bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Fantastic. Fantastic. Jody Fish, there's 10 people in this chat who don't have to worry about any ads for the next month. Thanks to you. So thank you for that. And Delta Rain, thank you for your generosity. 500 bits there. Dig that Carl Sagan emote. Like I always do. Ironbark, thank you for the 1,500 bits. And Reagan Nation for the 10,000 bits. Lovely. And we are almost halfway to our sub goal, which ends at the end of tomorrow's stream. But the sudden outpouring of generosity here makes me think we might even get there. Holy cow. Thank you. Reagan Nation, if you would like to see some ukulele, given that you have gifted so many bits there, I'd be happy to oblige once we get our Mustelid nailed down. Yeah. Yeah. And Trooper wants to hear, oh, the I'm a Paleontologist song. Yeah. Yeah. Paleo Man. Claire Bird. Mark Melbourne. 5 gift subs there. Thank you for that. Excellent. We're approaching a level 6 hype train here. That
Mark Melbourne just
is exquisite. Thank you, Mark. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. And we are now halfway. Yes, indeed. Thanks to Mark Melbourne. I appreciate that. Excellent. Yeah. Well, what?
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
It can, and it does, Trek Nerd. Thank you.
This has gone nuts.
Thank you, Trek Nerd. Thanks for making it be nutser. Appreciate those 1,000 bits. Holy cow. Thank you. Yeah. And it missed LEC89? LEC89, did you give to sub 2? Because it looks like we're at 76 here. There we go, 76. LEC89, if you gifted a sub, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Yeah. And Mayor of Space, are you making a song request? I don't know how to play that one. Yeah. And the Cube Square Love from a naval. Oh, cool, Jerry Rick. Cool. LEC89 subscribed. Well, thank you, Ellie. I appreciate it.
The Lenina gifted a tier 1 sub to I'm Morvash.
And thank you, Lenina. I appreciate that very much. And holy cow, 5 more community gift subs. Our gifter as mysterious as they are generous. Thank you, anonymous gifter. I appreciate that very
Anonymous
much.
just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Oh. I do appreciate that, anonymous gifter. And Mayor Space, that's because you said we're halfway there. Oh. Yeah. And level 6 complete. Holy cow, look at that. Thank you, everybody, for that support. Holy moly. Here, I'll just get out the ukulele now. And, yeah. We'll dive into that. And, if anybody would like to continue gifting any subs, I can buy us some more songs, maybe? I don't know. Yeah. Sing the song of the mustelids. There's gotta be a song about some kind of mustelid, right? A skunk, or a weasel, or a stoat, or a badger, or a wolverine. There's gotta be, right? There's gotta be some kind of mustelid that has a song about it.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Risa Degu, for those 100 bits. I appreciate that. And Pop Goes the Weasel. There you go, Mark Melvin. Quick off the draw there. And, oh yeah, and Lenina, we've got the Badger song, too. Yeah. Moonrise Rabbit. Yes. Yeah. Let's see. It looks like somebody's done a cover of this. Is this gonna be any good? Well, by Queen's Brian May, short version. Huh. Thank you, Truckhorn.
They have given 143 gift subs in the channel.
Huh. I've seen some rock concerts in my day. None of them have looked quite like this. Huh. Interesting. Very interesting.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Roy Terp, thank you for the 100 bits there. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Well, this is going to need some retuning, which should just take a minute. Here we go. It's funny, I've not played this in like 2 months. And it's not even that out of tune. I'm impressed. There we go. All right, let's do some ukulele songs because of all this incredible support. We've got 30 seconds left on the clock. Try and get to a level 7 hype train. We'll see if we get there. But in the meantime, let's do a warm-up song. This is actually the first time I've ever done ukulele in this office right now, right? Yeah. Let's start off with the Dinosaur March. Because it's a good warm-up song and people seem to like it. So let's do that. This is a song that I first heard this song from the music teacher at the school I used to teach at. And, yeah, there was only one verse originally and a chorus. I made some changes to that initial verse to make it more paleontologically authentic. See if you can pick those out.
And then I wrote a second verse. It goes like this. Many, many years ago, before the people came, the animals upon the earth, they did not look the same. They lived for 170 million years, but now they are no more, except for birds. Because we now recognize birds themselves are living dinosaurs, so strictly speaking, birds, dinosaurs never truly went extinct. There's over 9,000 species of living birds. You can even make the argument that we're still living in the age of dinosaurs, given that dinosaurs currently outnumber mammal species 2-1. They were the dinosaurs. Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Stegosaurus, Apatosaurus, Diplodocus. It's been a while. Stegosaurus, Allosaurus. There we go. Ankylosaurus and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. So there you go. There's the first verse in the chorus. But I thought it needed a second verse, so I wrote this one. We can learn about these awesome beasts by studying their bones. Skeletons under the ground that partly through the stone. We dig them up and we clean them and we raise them off the floor to build a dinosaur. Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, Ankylosaurus, and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. There you go. A little bit rusty. It's been a couple months since I've taken this out of the case, honestly. But it's good to be back on the horse, as it were. Let's do I'm a Paleontologist, and then we'll do the Galaxy song, and then we'll get back into Metazua. How does that sound? Yeah. So, I'm a Paleontologist. This is a song by a band called They Might Be Giants, and over the years it's become something of an anthem on this channel. This is another one of my students' very favorite songs back when I was teaching full-time. It goes, I love digging in the dirt, just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I seek, they're rare and ancient things, like Velociraptor's claws, Brachiopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up in our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. Could it be an herbivore, crushing plants with rounded teeth, or a ferocious carnivore, moves so quickly on its feet? It's like pieces of a puzzle that I'd love to try and solve. So much fun to think about how a species has evolved, and all the kids who want to see them are lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. There you go. Thumb is a little bit sore. Again, out of practice here. Now for our final song, let's do the Galaxy song. Some of you already know where this song is from, but it's a nice way to kind of wrap things up. Different, kind of a change of pace, and it's a great song for anybody who might be feeling a little bit down in the dumps today. Maybe you're not having the best day today, and sometimes a little bit of a change of perspective can help with that. And so to any of you who might be in that situation, I will say, just remember that you're standing on a planet that's evolving, revolving at 900 miles an hour. It's orbiting at 90 miles a second, so it's reckoned a sun that is the source of all our power. Now the sun and you and me and all the stars that we can see, they're moving at 1,000,000 miles a day in an outer spiral arm 13,000 light years wide of the galaxy we call the Milky Way. Now our galaxy itself contains 200 billion stars. It's 100,000 light years side to side. It bulges in the middle, 13,000 light years thick, but out by us it's just 3,000 light years wide. No, there's wide. I'm forgetting how it goes. Shoot, it's been too long. Let's start over from the beginning of that verse. Our galaxy itself contains 200 billion stars. It's 100,000 light years side to side. It bulges in the middle, 13,000 light years thick, but out by us it's just 3,000 light years wide. Now we're 30,000 light years from galactic central point. We go around every 200 million years. And our galaxy is only one of millions of billions in our amazing and expanding universe. There we go. Whoa, 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 whoa. Can't forget the lyrics to this part. Whoa, whoa, Now the universe itself keeps on expanding and expanding, in all of the directions it can whiz. As fast as it can go, the speed of light, 12 million miles a minute, and that's the fastest speed there is. So remember when you're feeling very small and insecure, how amazingly unlikely is your birth. And pray that there's intelligent life somewhere up in space, because it's hard to find down here on Earth. I'm way out of practice with this, but thank you for listening, everybody. And I gotta do some boning up on those songs, Shoot. Next time you hear them, they'll be flawless. Yeah. And I know that song. I don't know how to play it on the ukulele, Attractive Cactus. Yeah. Yeah, and I've got plans for learning lots of other songs as well, but I've been so busy with other stuff, with moving, and got to get some papers published this year, and starting up with teaching again. So things are going to be busy, but we'll have more songs this year. I can promise you that. Yeah. Anyway, Bat Mather says, great to hear you play again. Thank you, Bat Mather. I appreciate that. I do. No. Let's finish up Metazua, and then let's do Thursday BIRDSday. We'll have to get to our Tyrannosaur news tomorrow. And that'll give me a chance to read the paper as well. Well, we're going to do an otter, but it should be a sea otter or a river otter. Let's do sea otter here.
Hold on to your butts.
And let's see if that's it. It is not. No. And it's not going to be an otter either. It's probably going to be... Let's try Wolverine. And there we go. Wolverine was the answer. We got it in 9 guesses, which is not the worst, but definitely not the best I've ever done.
but not too shabby. We've played this game 16 times and won 16 times. Yeah. We really got hung up within Mastelinae, or Masteloidea, I guess. Yeah. Those caniforms, they're tricky. Yeah. And try the plant, took me 18. That's going to take me way longer, Gojira. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know plants well at all. Today's plant is not an easy one. Not enticing me to try it. That's okay, maybe another day. We got this done now, and we've got to get into Thursday BIRDSday here. So let's go ahead and do that. It is time for Thursday BIRDSday. Happy Thursday BIRDSday, everyone. Let's get into it.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday BIRDSday.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday BIRDSday is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday BIRDSday?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday BIRDSday is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday BIRDSday!
Well, happy Thursday BIRDSday, everyone. David656 asks, excuse me, what is a fun fact about paleontology? Well, that's one of them. That dinosaurs never went extinct. We still have nearly 10,000 species of them around today. We just call them birds. Thursday BIRDSday is when we celebrate that fact. So happy Thursday BIRDSday to you. Let's take a look at some of the wonderful birds that different chatters have photographed and posted to the Discord this week. Let's see here. Charcone has got this. My all-time, albeit common, favorite bird, the mockingbird, was thirsty out on my deck this morning while I was sitting a few feet away. Kept trying to get at the water that froze overnight in the plant pots. So I helped it out by bringing water out to it in my dog's food bowl. Hope she doesn't mind. My experience with mockingbirds is that they get along with you when you whistle a tune to them and take their body language into account. That's really cool, Charcone. A close encounter of the bird kind. Take a look at that. Lovely. This mockingbird here. Yeah. Pretty cool, right? I love mockingbirds too. They're really, really neat critters. And thanks for posting there, Charcone. Very nice. You must live someplace cold if it's freezing like that. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice, Charcone. Yeah.
I have to try whistling when my resident mockingbirds are around, says Linnea. Yeah, give it a try. That's really neat. Yeah, it's so cute, but doesn't look happy. I mean, they do have that prominent kind of orbital ridge there. So, I don't know. If we were to find another mockingbird... Yeah, it might look a little bit less grouchy. But that's just kind of... You know how eagles always look stern? You know, Sam the Eagle from the Muppets is maybe a good example of this. They really kind of played this up with that Muppet because eagles have got this brow ridge like that. That's just a natural feature that they have that makes them, you know, to us as human beings, we look at them and like, oh, you look very serious. You look very stern. But no, that's just how their head is shaped, you know? It's just... You're not in trouble, chat. That's just how it looks all the time, you know? Mockingbirds have a similar kind of thing going on, but just not quite as pronounced. But, birds will, rather than using facial expressions, they'll convey their emotions in other ways. Through fluffing up their feathers, through making different noises, through posture and body language, just like Charcone was saying there. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, by clawing your face, there you go, Krautland, yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Astronomy Show says Sam Eagle from the Muppets comes to mind. That's literally what I was just showing. Did you just get here? Welcome, Astronomy Show. Yeah, Stern, that is. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Maybe you just waltzed in, but I appreciate your enthusiasm. Anyway. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Must have looked away when that was up. Okay, yeah. Very nice, Charcone. Very nice. Thanks for sharing. Next up, we've got the Mayor of Space. And what are these? What are these ducks? I looked up green-headed duck and couldn't find any that looked anything like this. My best guess is that they're mallard pekin hybrids. Any other thoughts? Oh, I love a Thursday BIRDSday mystery. What is this? Tonight on Unsolved Bird Mysteries. These green-headed ducks appeared in the vicinity of the Mayor of Space. But who are they? And what brought them here? We should, like, zoom in really slowly. Yeah. I don't know what these are, Mayor Space. That's really interesting. Yeah. And look, more. What are these? Solved in the text below, says Sculpin. Duclair or a mallard hybrid. Depending on your locale, I would lean towards it being a mallard hybrid, says Celeste. Huh. Very cool. Very cool. Well, thanks for posting, Mayor Space. I love an avian mystery. Pretty neat. And Hendrix has just rewatched Walking with Dinosaurs and was happy to see how they chose to end the series. Birds are dinosaurs. Well, Hendrix, let's take a look at this. Oh, this doesn't got sound, but is this the very end where talking about the age of mammals, and then dinosaurs are still with us. Those are oxpeckers there. And they can eat a Cape buffalo from the inside out in a little under an hour. Oh, I'm just kidding. They don't eat the buffalo. They pick bugs and stuff off of them. Yeah, very cool, Ash Rubber. Very cool. That's funny. I don't actually remember that part, but let's see if we can find that clip.
Eon's calendars are back.
No PBS Eons. That's not what I'm trying to look for. Here we go. Oh boy. Oh, you know what? Shoot, you're right. I have Discord muted. Unmute. Let's try again.
A small group of dinosaurs did survive the extinction, and they are all around us today.
Yeah, the birds. Good stuff. Yeah, good stuff. I kind of forgot that's how they ended Walking with Dinosaurs, Ash Rubber. That's good. Remember to mute the site again so we don't keep getting the boop-boop notification noises. The Boyds. The birds. Says Neverwinter. As they say in Chicago. The birds. And sheepdog. Ducks did not evolve from duck-billed dinosaurs. That's an example of convergent evolution right there. But yeah, I know you know that, sheepdog. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, thank you for sharing, Ash Rubber. I appreciate that. And when did bird-like beaks actually first become a thing? They...
A real dinosaur?
Fear and Loathing and Lou Vegas. That's a Mambo number something. Some unfriendly number. Mambo number 666? I don't know. Welcome, Fear and Loathing in Lou Vegas. Yeah. And in Philly, we call the Eagles the Eagles. Yeah, I'm aware. Or birds, right? Was it flap birds flap or something? What's the how do you cheer on your football team? Is it flap birds flap? Anyway, beaks have evolved like probably a couple dozen times in different groups of sauropsids. We've got turtles, rhynchosaurs. We've got like 9 different kinds of dinosaurs that all have developed ramphotheca, like a toothless beak at the front of the mouth. It happened in birds. It happened in a bunch of different other lineages of theropod dinosaurs. I've got one right here, actually, for you. In my office. Right here. This is the skull of Erlikosaurus, which is a therizinosaur dinosaur. This is like it's part of the theropod group, the 2-legged, mostly meat-eating dinosaurs. But this group, the therizinosaurs, evolved to eat plants. They become these big, unwieldy herbivores. They go from sleek, fast-running predators to slow, upright-walking, kind of barrel-chested, almost beer-bellied long-armed, feathery, shaggy, plant-eating animals. Very slow-moving. And, they develop these toothless beaks at the front of their jaws as well, which is really neat. Yeah. I can show you where I got this file from. From Larry Whitmer's lab. But this, I think, shows it a little bit more... more clearly. You've got the toothless part of the beak. We call that a rhamphotheca. It's just like a technical name for like a toothless beak. So they lose the teeth in the front of their jaws, and they're just developing this toothless beak like that. All the better to crop plants with. And so, yeah, toothless beaks have evolved multiple times, not just within dinosaurs, birds being one of those times, but in other groups of sauropsids as well, other groups of reptiles, like turtles, like rhynchosaurs, like, I don't know. There's a bunch of other examples too. Aedosaurs might also develop toothlessness. Yeah. So yeah. Fat Slow Emu, that's the name of my rock band. I like that, Sir Onland. Great, Rick. Yes. A squid also have got a toothless beak, but cephalopods I don't think ever had teeth in the first place, so they just developed a beak. They didn't have to lose any teeth. But yeah. And how are you doing, Miss Yvette? Welcome. Good to have you here.
You can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Balder Moon.
Health and peace to you in chat.
And to you as well, Balder Moon. Thank you very, very much for your continued support at Tier 3. Holy cow. Helping me get ever closer to that Partner Plus goal there. That is excellent. Balder Moon, thank you. Here, we're getting close to that, as you can see. When I checked before the start of today's stream, we were at 135 out of 350. That's going to make a big difference to being able to do really cool things on this channel, like be able to have other paleontologists come on as interview guests and be able to pay them for their trouble. So yeah, I'm really excited about that. So thank you, Balder Moon, for your generosity. Know that it's going a long way, and I appreciate you for it. Thank you. So yeah. Neverwinter says that many bird adaptations were to minimize weight for flight, yet teeth, they don't hurt with that, I guess, losing your teeth. But there were also many groups of toothed birds. Odontornithes is Odontornithes, excuse me. The toothed birds, like Hesperornis, right here. Ichthyornis. These guys here as well. I think it's Iberomosornis. There were more birds that had teeth during the Cretaceous than there were birds that didn't. But I think all of the toothed birds, I think all of their lineages went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous. It was only like 10% of bird species that survived that extinction event. And I think the lucky birds that survived, those very few were ones that didn't have teeth. So we've forever lost the toothed birds. So yeah. And what do they eat? All kinds of stuff, Miss Yvette. Yeah. Hesperornis in particular would have eaten fish and squid. Other toothed birds would have eaten things like insects or fish. There's a whole PBS Eons video we could watch on that, but I feel like we just watched that a few weeks ago. So I'm not keen to do that at this moment. But yeah. Geese have teeth on their tongue. Those aren't true teeth, Logan. They're like, here, let me show you. Yeah.
So those are just spiky protrusions. They're not like socketed teeth. They're not teeth that have roots and come out of tooth sockets. These are just like spiky protrusions on the tongue. They can still hurt when they bite you. And they do still use these for feeding, obviously. But they're not actually teeth in a strict sense of the word. They're what you might call pseudo teeth. Yeah. Maybe I can find you a video on this, actually. Let's have a look-see here. Oh, boy. Let's try this, maybe? Is this gonna be any good? Taking a risk here.
We all know what a goose looks like. At least, I hope we do. But there is more to this honking, flapping waterfowl than meets the eye. And you're not gonna like it. Geese are known for their long, slender necks, humped bills, and their noisy way of communicating. They're also known for their territorial and aggressive behavior, especially when protecting their young.
Yeah.
They're less known for their serrated tongues and beaks. So
Yep.
why do geese have these barbs?
Yep, they're not teeth. They're not.
And
Yeah.
how dangerous is it if you get bitten? Most geese species have evolved and adapted over millions of years to live near freshwater rivers, lakes, ponds, and streams of Europe, Asia, and North America.
True.
They prefer temperate or Arctic climates, except the Hawaiian species that enjoys a more tropical climate.
Yep.
I can relate to that.
What?
While these honkers...
Those are nene right there, which is also the state bird of Hawaii. The nene. I got to see some in person at a zoo not too long ago. Yeah, Neverwinter. Yep, you know them. Yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Tropical climate. I can consist mostly of grass, seeds, and berries. But insects and fish are sometimes on the menu too. So why do these mostly vegetarian birds need teeth on their tongues? Well, these little teeth, called tomia, are not made out of enamel,
Nope.
but cartilage.
They're not true teeth.
Like teeth, geese use tomia for eating. But tomia are razor sharp and designed to rip through grass, aquatic vegetation, and small fish. In addition to having terrifying serrated tongues and beaks, geese are famously ornery.
Yep.
Spring is the breeding season for the Canada goose, which mates for life. Aww. During this time, the waterfowls can become aggressive if they think their eggs or goslings are in danger. Most human-goose conflicts result in minor or no injuries, but being chased by a creature with a barbed tongue and beak...
And there you go,
no
Daisy
joke.
McCart. Yes, good
That's
advice.
what I call foul play. Some goose attacks...
Yeah, anyway. Yeah, so not true teeth, but tomia was the word that I was forgetting there. That's kind of a generic term for, like, spiky tooth-like protrusions. It doesn't even have to necessarily be in the mouth, but, like, there are other creatures that have tomia. Yeah, anyway. I like to think they got that aggression from their dinosaur ancestors, this little pink pony. I mean, when you're a bird and you live on the ground most of the time, you need to be tough. Like, it's like I always say, the ground is a tough neighborhood for a bird. You gotta be mean to survive. And they are, and they do. So yeah. Yeah. My dad had a neighbor with guard geese, says Daisy McCart. There you go, yeah. Yeah. And they were not around before the asteroid hit. No, Phoenix Firestar. They evolved afterward, but yeah. In fact, let's look them up real quick. On our Tree of Life. Geese. They're part of Enceridae, if I remember correctly. Yeah. And you have a neighbor with guard geese. That's cool, Sparky Pugwash. True Geese. I think I've seen that movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Jamie Lee Curtis. True Geese. They only diverged about 9 million years ago from their ancestral stock. And then there's another group that includes all these guys 13.5 million years ago. And there we go. Where's Anseridae, the ducks, geese, and swans? Okay, Anatidae, sorry. 33.1 million years ago. So this is about halfway through the Cenozoic so far. Yeah. Huh. Or as we call them, the Canadian Air Force. There you go, Kachira. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And goats. Is that true, David? Interesting. Anyway, let's continue. I don't know how we got on geese in the first place, but always a fun tangent. And Alexander Morrison's got a great blue heron doing some night fishing. Ooh, nice. Can't say what the fish species is. It's too dark, you know, being after sunset, as most night fishing is. The video cuts abruptly due to the last moments of storage space being used up. Typical. I bring forth Brian Eng's music once more. Well, let's unmute Discord and take a look at this. Yeah, great blue heron. And it's got a fish in its beak. Good for you. Good job. Oh, man. Piscivorous birds are always cool. Yeah. Oh, this is great footage, though, Alexander. Thank you for sharing it. And the music adds thing. It adds a lot. It's a big, big fish. Very nice. Very nice. Thank you, Alexander Morrison, for sharing. Always a treat. Thank you again. And Risu says, I know I've already posted pictures of this friend before, but how can I not spend way too much time taking this photo? Especially when he ran out to say hi or get off my lawn. Jury is out. This looks like a younger cassowary, where that casque is not fully developed yet, but look at that. Probably my favorite extant bird. Cassowaries are... they're really something. You gotta love them. You gotta love them. Yeah. That is a great expression. It really is. Yeah, the intensity there. Ah! Cassowaries. Love them. Love them. Yeah. Axeman's got a male belted kingfisher. These are difficult to photograph. I'm impressed. It's on my backyard in West Virginia this week. Ah. Almost heaven. Belted kingfisher. He was perched along the creek bank and was extremely skittish. Yeah, they are. Even with my longest lens and careful creeping, I only managed to get this one picture right as he noticed me and immediately flew off. Yeah, but that is a beautiful photo. And look at that side eye. He's like, hey, I see you there. What are you doing? Very cool. That's gorgeous. Kingfishers. Again, I love piscivorous birds. Birds that catch fishes. Always cool to see. Always cool to see. Yeah. And congrats on getting a photo. I've managed to photograph a kingfisher before, but it was near a really like populated area, and this bird was pretty well used to people, I think. It was just like perching. Sometimes it goes and perches on a bridge, and sometimes it goes and perches on a fence. Looks down into the water. This is the canal between Oakland and Alameda, here in the San Francisco Bay Area. And there's a kingfisher who hangs out there and catches little fishes. But there's a lot of people around there. It's pretty used to people. The kingfisher like this out in the woods, going to be very wary of human presence there. So good photo, Axeman. That's impressive. Nice.
And a punkfisher, yeah. That feathered crest, you know, that's how birds express themselves. That's one of the ways. You know, they put that up or down. It's a clue as to what they're feeling. Yeah. And they have burrows. Yeah, isn't that cool, Axeman? Yeah. And I'll see you later, Alexander. You go get some rest. Take care. Sleep well. Yeah, dromaeosaurs with the crest. That's always cool to see, Lydia. And it gives animators something cool to animate when you're doing, like, a documentary. Good stuff, Axeman. Thanks for sharing. And yeah, Mayor Space commenting on how difficult it is to photograph a kingfisher. Lenina's got some local crows. Yeah, foraging for acorns in my front yard. I love my resident corvids. Very nice, Lenina. See, you don't have to have exotic, rare birds, or even difficult to photograph birds for Thursday BIRDSday. You can have common birds. Sometimes it's those common birds that can just make your day a little bit better. It's worth appreciating the common birds. And there's actually a whole book about this with reference to crows, actually. You'll find it. Let's see. I don't know where I put it. I just reorganized my bookshelf. Where did Crow Planet go? Darn it. Oh, there it is. Well, I took the book cover off. That's why I couldn't find it. But this is an excellent book. Crow Planet by Leanda Lynn Haupt. If you're interested in crows, if you're interested in really appreciating your neighborhood birds, especially crows, if you would like a book-length meditation on the relationship between nature and human beings in urban environments, if you'd like to learn about the social structure and the social lives of birds like crows, check out this book, Crow Planet by Leanda Lynn Haupt. It's really excellent. Yeah. Does it teach you how to train a crow to collect shiny things for you? Desolate Mirror? It's not an instructional book like that, but it does have multiple examples, both from the scientific literature and from, you know, like anecdotal stuff about crows fetching objects. Yeah. It's a lovely book. Some of the best nature writing I've ever read, honestly. Really good stuff. Crow Planet, Essential Wisdom from the Urban Wilderness. There you go. Here's a link on Thrift Books. But honestly, if you can, buy this at your local independent bookseller. Highly recommend it. Beautiful writing. Really thoughtful book. Actually, I wonder if there's any videos with the author. Crow Planet. I typed Cow Planet. Crow Planet. One little letter can make such a difference. You know? Yeah. Try this.
Before I go a little bit more into crows, I want to talk about how I came to write this book, because people always ask, and I never intended to write a book about crows. I was writing my first book, Rare Encounters with Ordinary Birds, and I was talking to the editor of that book, Gary Luke, who's a wonderful editor at Sasquatch here in Seattle. And he said, you need a chapter on crows. And I said, well, I didn't think I did. There was already a chapter on starlings, and they were a super common urban bird, and that was enough of that. And he said, no, you're going to write a chapter on crows. I thought, I was sort of in awe of him, so I thought, well, I'll do what he said. But I had no idea what to say about crows, because for all of the other birds that I treated in essays in that book, I had come up with, the ideas for the chapter because I had seen something interesting or had some thoughts or, had some reason for writing the chapter. But that hadn't happened to me with crows. I had been watching, like many of you, I had been a student of bird life since I was very young, and so I watched crows often. But I didn't feel that I had anything particularly unique or original to say about them. So when I was confronted with the fact that I had to write this chapter, I started talking to all my friends and asking, and just whoever I could, meet on the street and who seemed like they would be willing to talk about crows. And I asked them, what do you think? What do you think about crows? You have any crow thoughts, crow ideas? And
any crow thoughts?
I have never been
Give me your
so
crow
shocked
thoughts.
in my life. I mean, think about it. If you ask somebody about, so what do you think about chickadees? Or how about them robins? What kind of a response do you think you're going to get? Just
how about them
what
robins?
Is there to say? They're sweet and pretty, and we like having them in our yards. If you ask people about crows, the range and intensity of the response is just stunning. Okay, there are the people that love crows, of course, and they will wax on rhapsodically. Crows, intelligent, beautiful, iridescent, my totem, I dream in crows. Just crow love is out there. But just somewhat more common is an absolute hatred of crows. And this, I have to say, that I did not expect to be so extreme.
Even
and
among
so common.
birders, among bird
Crows
people.
Are evil, poopy, a pestilence upon the city. And evil. Now that is a strong word to use.
It's a really strong word.
Bird. Bird. And I can hardly think of another bird upon which that adjective would be flung. Crows are evil. It wasn't uncommon at all. And for everyone that I spoke to, no matter what end of the spectrum or somewhere in
They felt
between,
strongly, right?
Sometimes there's a vague uneasiness around crows too. I don't hate them, I don't love them, but they make me feel a little funny. People don't want to bring their children to a park when there are too many crows. Can't really say why. So there's this kind of vague.
They saw that Hitchcock movie.
And even among all of these people, there's the idea that crows demand some kind of respect, that they are an intelligent bird that is sitting there knowing things. What they're knowing is another question altogether. But there is that dimension.
I love that
of
phrasing.
for crows.
That they're sitting there knowing things. Well, I mean, what a wonderful description for any kind of animal. I mean, look at it's sitting there knowing things. It's true. They're remarkably intelligent animals. There's a lot going on in between those eyes, Yeah. What a cool descriptor for a dinosaur too,
Again, that is very uncommon for birds.
And Axeman, there you go.
Songbirds, the colloquial name for the large passerine order of which crows are a part. That kind of respect and intensity is very, very uncommon. So I thought, gosh, there's really something here. So I went on about writing my book about Darwin, and the same editor said, while I was
need to read that book.
How about
That
a
sounds
book
great.
about crows? And I said, no way. No, I wrote the chapter. But it was one of those things where, when people tell you not to think about elephants, so here I am writing about Darwin, and meanwhile the crow research is piling up just accidentally on my desk, and injured crows are falling on my doorstep. And a friend of mine wrote to me and told my fortune in Tibetan crow augury, which is a means of divination by which you look at the crow's body and which way they're facing and what they're doing and tell what's going to happen in the future. Told my fortune twice, and it came true. And so the book on crows started to
Lucky
become
guess.
inevitable, even without me wanting it to. However, the book would have been very, very different from the way that it ended up if one other thing in our life hadn't happened. And that is that we moved from a tiny house about the size of this row of people here in West Seattle to a bigger house, about the row of few of rows of these people. We just lived in one of those little tiny houses and thought we needed a little more space. And so we bought just a few miles away from where we lived in West Seattle, a 1920s farmhouse. And it's not a farm anymore. It's got, in the 1940s, little houses were built all around it.
Okay, let's get to the
But
crows.
it's in
Oh,
the
hey,
city,
sweetie pie.
right? It's a couple blocks from a major road. It's a 20-minute quick bus ride from downtown, and it is not what I envisioned for my life. I've been a student of the natural world ever since I was very small, and I always thought that I would raise my daughter in a rural area, that we'd...
Anyway, here's a link to this video. The book is called Crow Planet. I think you'd really like it, if that sounds interesting. Oh, yeah. And confirmation bias or hot reading. I don't know, random, but I wasn't there, but yeah, it's probably one of those things. Anyway, Lenina, thank you for getting us on this little crow tear here. Always fun talking about crows. They provoke strong feelings, and it's one of the things I like about them. Yeah. Static has got the tiniest dinosaur I could find this week. Ooh. Incredibly quick, darting around, and couldn't get a better shot before it got bored of taunting me and left. Who is this? What kind of bird is this? Static?
I've done a lot of crazy things in my life, but never stuck my head into a hornet's nest.
I'm not familiar with this bird, but it's very cool. It's very blue, Static. I'm sure somebody's gonna have a... Oh, superb fairy wren. Oh, yeah. Yep, that's it. That's totally it. Someone else has posted one of these before, and that's the first I'd ever heard of it. And, yeah. Very nice. Good stuff. That's an Aussie one, I believe. It looks like the ones that live near it. Cool, Dinosaur Dave. Cool. Thank you for posting, Static. That is a lovely bird, and I like that it was taunting you, too. They do that sometimes. Oh, birds. And Thing says there's a really big winter storm on the way. There is. I hope you're staying safe. We're expecting 30 centimeters of snow tomorrow night, and that's just the start. I'm in a lot of pain because I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. I think Luigi feels it because he's old for a lovebird. Here we are separated by several hundred millions of years... Excuse me. Here we are separated by several 100 million years of evolution, sharing a common experience and deriving comfort from each other's presence. That is beautiful. Thing, it really is. Wow, he is an old one. Like, I think I'm seeing skin here, a patch of skin between the feathers. But really lovely. Thank you for sharing. It is amazing that we are so far from birds on the Tree of Life. You know, the last time that we shared a common ancestor with birds was around the same time that, you know, that fossil skin impression, or the fossilized skin that we saw in our fossil news today. About 300 million years ago, or maybe 320 million years ago. It was a good while ago. This was the last time that we, as humans, shared a common ancestor with birds. We've been evolving in separate directions for about 300 million years. That's a long time. But I guess through convergent evolution, we both have developed these complex brains, color vision, warm-bloodedness, sociality, you know, living in groups, being able to communicate with one another, having thoughts and feelings, preferences and desires and personalities. That's pretty cool to think about. It's pretty cool to think about that we can have an emotional attachment to a creature and it to us, despite being from totally different branches on the amniote family tree. That's pretty cool. So thank you for sharing their thing. That's really beautiful when you think about it. And I'm glad you shared. So thank you. Yeah, thought you'd enjoy this speculation. I mean, yeah. It's cool stuff. I love thinking about this kind of thing there. I really do. Yeah. Reanimated Bit says, Danny, as a scientist, do you enjoy speculation on either past or future scenarios? Or do you find it more of a waste of time? It depends what it is. I don't know. Those are big categories. Past and future speculations. It depends what kind of thing it's about. You know? Yeah. You'd have to give me some scenarios or something. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you again, thing. Ooh, and Green Herring has got something for us, too. Let's check this out. Green Herring, who always supplies us with wonderful photos. That looks like the top of a woodpecker's head there. Yeah. One bird taking advantage of another's hard work. Last year, a yellow-bellied sapsucker made all these rows of holes in this tree. They were there all the time working away at it, and the tree became famous among the birders of my local park as the sapsucker tree. The spot to go if you wanted to get good photos of one. Well, the sapsucker hasn't been around for a while now, but the other day I was walking by and caught this red-bellied woodpecker happily foraging at the holes that they left. That is really cool, and what a gorgeous photo. This is something that we see again and again in nature, is that when one creature will modify its environment in a way to suit its own needs, other creatures will come by and they'll take advantage of that. They'll say, thank you very much. I'll use this too. Whether it's creatures digging burrows, like a gopher tortoise down in Georgia, or whether it's an elephant, you know, digging out a dust pit for itself that various species of wasp need in order to be able to dig their burrows and raise their young and reproduce. We see this again and again in nature. Different creatures that sort of architect their surroundings to their liking. Maybe it's a yellow-bellied sapsucker making things easier for this woodpecker here. It's cool stuff. That's really cool. And I love that you've always got a story associated with it, Green Herring. It's good stuff. This red-bellied woodpecker. Yeah. Gorgeous photo. And look at those just beautiful lines of holes in the tree like that. There's a concept that I've been so busy the past couple months, but I need to get back into reading this book. There's a book that kind of explains this sort of thing and tries to think about it in a new way, and it's by Gary Vermeer, the blind paleontologist from UC Davis. I talked about him a while ago. He's got a new book called The Evolution of Power, which sounds like something that, some frat dude or tech bro would be reading, but it's different. This is talking about evolution, as biological changes over time, actual evolution. And he introduces this concept of power being like, I'm looking over here because I want to grab it off the shelf after I find it. But organisms that are more powerful or exert power, they're the ones that change their ecosystem. They change their environment to suit their needs. So the more powerful an organism, the more it changes its surroundings. And so those yellow-bellied sapsuckers changing their environment, opening up new opportunities for other species in their environment, they're exerting power, I guess. It's, and yeah, Dinosaur Dave, yeah. I know it sounds corny, but I started it and it's interesting. Where did I put that? I just reorganized my bookcase this weekend and I haven't quite relocated everything yet. I was used to where everything was, and I changed it. I don't know where I put it. But, I wonder if I can find a clip on YouTube. Yeah.
Jump! It's Marvin!
And Hez helps.
Cousin Marvin Barry!
How'd your stream go?
You know that new
It's good to have you here.
looking for? Well, listen to this!
Thank you, Hez helps. Welcome back. Tell me how your stream went. Doing some cities, skylines, good stuff. Happy Thursday birthday to you, Hez. There we go. Nice. Day office sabbatical. That's awesome, Hez helps. Congrats. Hope you have fun with that. All right. Let's get to the
point. It is my privilege today to interview one among the most prominent paleoecologists and evolutionary biologists of our time. Dutch-born UC Davis Distinguished Professor Emeritus Gerard Vermeij of the Department of Earth and Planetary Sciences. Professor Vermeij has more determining role in the evolution of all power, has played a determining role in the evolution of all life on Earth and the impact that humans have made as the most powerful species ever evolved on our Earth. Stay tuned. First of all, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me. Now,
You're welcome.
Today, I'd like to ask you a few questions about your upcoming book, The Evolution of Power, a New Understanding of the History of Life, which is, as we said, due to be published in November by Princeton University Press.
Let me find it.
So I will start by saying, I was trained as a linguist, so words mean a lot to me. So the word evolution and power lend themselves to many interpretations
There it
and
is.
evoke
I took the dust jacket off. That's why I couldn't find it.
experiences, prejudices far beyond the definition.
She's adorable, isn't she, Sparky Pugwash? Yeah.
So my question to you is, what is your interpretation of evolution and power? And most importantly to me is, why do you link them together?
Right. So to me, evolution is mostly, in its broadest definition, in its biological definition, it's a three-word definition. It is change with modification.
Yep. Yeah.
Descent with modification, I really should say. It's descent with modification.
Which is,
it's a description.
That's exactly the definition that Charles Darwin used. Darwin didn't used to use the word evolution. Like in the book, The Origin of Species, the word evolution does not appear once in the entire book. He calls his idea descent with modification. And so, you know, Vermeer here is really being very precise with that definition, and I appreciate that.
It implies nothing about mechanism. It doesn't mention natural selection or adaptation, for example.
Yes.
Now, then I distinguish something called adaptive evolution, which is the descent with modification, implying that organisms are well fitted to their environment.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that too is a description. It still doesn't give you the mechanism. So in the book, I argue that a combination of natural selection and agency, by which I mean behavior, response, the organism's modification of its own environment, they both contribute to the adapted state.
Yes. So, but where does power come into it?
Right. So first of all, power.
Here we go.
Definition. I use the definition that a physicist or an engineer would use, which is
interesting. It's interesting because, like, we're not used to using terms like that in biology, or especially in paleontology. Words like power sound abstract. They almost sound unscientific. They sound, I don't know, but that's because we're not physicists, you know, and we're not used to thinking about things from like a physics or engineering perspective. So trying to take that perspective and apply it to evolutionary biology and paleontology is kind of new, and that's why this book is exciting in that way, you know?
Energy per unit time.
Yeah.
Yes.
So time plays a large role here. We all know that life is a condition where energy has to be acquired and used by a coordinated system. Well, almost implicitly, that means that time is also involved, so that any process, any living process, has to be measured in units of power. It's as simple as that.
I see. Yes, that makes it a little easier for me to understand. And
Anyway, it's an interesting idea, and it's going to be an interesting book. I've only gotten 28 pages into it. I'm going to keep this outside the shelf because I want to continue that when I've got a few free minutes. And, but yeah. I don't know how I feel about it yet because I haven't read it. But this would be an example of power, I guess, in Vermeer's thinking. This is a bird that's modifying its environment like this. It's exerting power over its environment. Not just power in the sense that it's slamming its beak against this this tree in order to be able to feed, but it's creating like new opportunities for other birds around it too. Maybe not intentionally, but like that's an example of exerting power over your surroundings. It's interesting stuff. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Green Herring, for posting. Let's continue down here. Yeah. Bette Midler was walking home with a coffee cup in each hand when this hawk, Cooper's hawk, flew right in front of my face on his way to my neighbor's yard, which has bird feeders and is always full of sparrows. I set down my coffee and got out my phone in time to catch the end of its hunt. Holy cow. Let's look at this. And let's unmute. Oh, yeah. Zoom. Zooming back and forth like this. Very cool. Very cool. Doesn't look like got anything, but really cool to see that. I've never videotaped an acipterid like this on the hunt. That's super cool, Bette Midler. Very, very cool. Yeah. And I don't know my small hawks well enough to be able to tell you whether or not that's a Cooper's. But I'll show you a picture of a Cooper's hawk. Yeah, they do catch small birds in level flight Often sparrows and stuff like that, but so do sparrowhawks. I don't know. Interesting stuff, Bette Midler. Very, very cool, and thanks for sharing. I don't think it caught one. Yeah. And Neverwinter says, "Yep, that's a coop." I'd love to get better at my Acipterids and other birds of prey. Yeah, and excellent steady camera work here. Yeah, that is impressive, Bette Midler. Nicely done. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, good stuff. Miss Creation says, this kookaburra we think was hand-raised or previously injured and was returned to the wild because it was very tame and would even let my mom pat it. This one appears to be a female from what I can see, as males tend to have blue feathers on their wings. And this one has white. Hung around for about a week before moving on. Wow. Think of the adventures this bird has been on, if that's the case, you know? You could make a whole TV show about that in the 80s, where a bird goes from town to town in Australia, solving mysteries and, you know, raising money for orphanages or helping a team win a basketball tournament or whatever else, you know. Screen. The teleplay writers would have it do. Yeah. That bird has character. Yes, indeed, Bette Midler. Yeah. Saving children out of a well. There you go, Sparky Pugwash. Yeah. Yeah. Like the littlest Dumbo. There you go. Yeah. Or what were the other ones? I remember Denver Fowler went on a big rant about this one time when we were in the field together. He was talking about all of the different, like, animal-based 80s TV shows that they were. Yeah, there was The Littlest Hobo, which was a dog who would just go from town to town and, like, he's like, yeah, the dog he would solve a mystery or would catch some burglars, or he's like, everything that the dog did involved, like, barking at someone and then the person would fall down and then that would save the day. And then he's like, at the end of the episode, there'd be a little boy, and the little boy would say, hey, Mommy, can we keep the dog? And she'd say, sure, I suppose so. And the boy would go, but where's he gone? And then it just shows a shot of the dog, like, running down the street and into the sunset. And, like, every week a different adventure with this dog. And I guess he's like, yeah, there was one with a bear. It was called Gentle Ben. There was one with a dolphin. But yeah. That could be this kookaburra here, you know? Yeah. There you go, Bette Midler. You used to watch that show, Reagan Nation? I've never seen it, but yeah. Anyway, you could do that with a kookaburra. They're probably pretty trainable. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff, Miss Creation. Thanks for posting. I love a bird with character. Yeah. And birds have learned to use anti-bird spikes to build their nests. This makes me really happy.
Birds are stealing bird spikes put up by humans and using them to build their nests. Researchers from 2 Dutch natural history
I read about this when it came out. I think I retweeted this when it came out.
In Antwerp.
Yeah.
Magpies had ripped about 50 million of anti-bird spikes from the hospital building and used them to build a huge nest of 1,500 spikes.
Nice.
Anti-bird spikes are often installed on buildings to discourage birds from nesting there. Biologist Ork Florian Heemstra of the Naturalist Biodiversity Centre said the magpies were using the pins in the same way humans do to keep other birds away from their nest. It's like a joke, really, he said. Even for me, as a nest researcher, these are the craziest bird nests I've ever seen.
That's really cool.
Image Ork Florian Heemstra with a nest on display at Naturalist Biodiversity Centre. Pick Alexander Skipper's Naturalist. Magpie.
Very good stuff. That's super cool. I love birds being defiant. It's one of my favorite kinds of stories. You know? It's... It really is wonderful. You know? You gotta love it. Big salute to all of those defiant birds out there sticking it to the man. You keep doing you, birds. Keep being how you are. I should really print this image and like have it up here on a future Thursday BIRDSday. I might do that. Yeah. In the same pose as the sign. Yeah, I think this one is fake, actually. I think they used the silhouette of that bird to design the sign in Photoshop afterward. It was probably a different sign originally, but I just love the idea so much, you know? But this is real. A gull standing on top of a fake gull. It's like, yeah. Same attitude, but it was real, you know? Yeah. So anyway, that's really cool, Hugin. Thank you for sharing. Yeah. Dr. Tara says, Bewick's Wren with a video bomber? What does this mean? Let's have a look. Look at that little wren. I love how wrens are just like little balls of feathers with their legs sticking out like that. Oh, they're fun. Oh, and we've got a mammal. I see what you mean, like a photobomb, but yeah, those pesky mammals. Lovely. Yeah, that is really nice there, Dr. Tara. A Bewick's Wren. Let's look them up real quick, because I'm not familiar with them. Here, we'll go from amniotes to... Bewick... I might not have it. Bewick's Wren. Shoot, let's just search Wren. And let's find them. Wrens. Troglodytes? That's really the... That's the name of that group? Will all be troglodyte. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, Troglodytes is the genus name. Clarion wren, winter wren, Cobb's wren, house wren. Revilla Gigietto wren, Santa Marta wren, mountain wren, Rufus browed wren, Tepui wren, and Ocracius wren. Oh, and then we've got more. Oh, there's lots of other wrens. Timberline wren. Okay, shoot, there's lots of wrens. There's too many wrens. Retreat! Retreat! Too many wrens. Very cool. Rentastic, yeah. Moonar Zebra says, I will never get tired seeing these massive dinosaurs at my parents' place. Turkeys are fun. And this is like a classic Thursday BIRDSday photo, you know? A bird that is emotionally affecting to you. Maybe the photo taken from a vehicle at speed. It's blurry, but it's like this is a bird that you saw in your daily life. That's what Thursday BIRDSday is all about, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Adenosine wants to know if there are any studies showing differences in bone mineral density between different dinosaurs. Do you mean between different species of dinosaur, Adenosine? Or because we have that for certain for different ages of the same dinosaur. Dinosaurs that are still growing have got less dense bones overall, like they've got immature bone texture in the interior. We also have Yeah, but I don't know if that's what you mean by mineral density. Yeah. And Sir Lurks-a-Lot, yes, indeed, defy authority. Yes, I love that. Fight the power. Birds, birds. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Moonrise Rabbit. Good stuff. Gotta love turkeys. We get them all the time, but since they took the barn down, the wildlife has definitely gotten bolder. The turkeys will come right up to the house. Yeah. Interesting. Well, let's hope they stay outside the house. And Dinosaur Dave says, not my image, but too good not to share. A white-bellied sea eagle and an osprey clashed in the Lake Macquarie sky. That is really cool. Different bird species interacting with one another. Look at those, just holding those claws spread out like that. Oh, man. Very cool, Dinosaur Dave. Thanks for sharing. And Neilf has got some Dunlins visiting for the winter. Well, 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 Neilf. That might help answer what my Thursday BIRDSday birds are today. Neilf. Good stuff. Dunlins. I'm not good at my shorebirds like this. Let's look up Dunlins on the Tree of Life real quick. Yeah. But I might have some Dunlins too. They're all LBB little brown birds, says Gojira. Yeah. Yeah, Dunlins. Calidris alpina. Very nice. And so they are they a type of sandpiper? We've got a bunch of shorebirds where I live, and I need to get better at identifying them. Alright. Good stuff there, Nilf. Good stuff. Look at those. Beautiful. Really coarse sand that they're standing on, too. I wonder where this is. It might be the kind of sand that's made from shells. Good stuff. Well, would you like to see my Thursday BIRDSday bird photo? I've got a bunch of birds in here. These might be Dunlins, or they might be Wimbrels. That is, I think, a Forster's tern. And we've got some kind of sandpiper or plover there, too. But I'm lucky enough to live near a beach where we get all of these really cool migrating shorebirds. And no, of course it's a skimmer, green herring. Yeah, shoot. It's got that really pronounced lower jaw. That's a black skimmer, yeah. Very cool. Shoot, I didn't even... when I took this photo, I'm like, oh yeah, that's cool. I've got a tern in the photo. That's not a tern, that's a black skimmer. Holy moly. Yeah. I didn't even realize it at the time. That's awesome. That's really cool. Let me find a video of... No, those are way too big for Dunlins. Are these Wimbrels, then? What are these guys? They're not Sanderlings. They're way, way too big for Sanderlings. This guy here almost looks immature. So does this guy. The way they're standing, they're like, I'm young and I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't know how to hold my body. Yeah, but let me show you a video of skimmers doing what they do, because it's so cool. They skim their beak through the water. Yeah. Here, check this out. Look at how big the lower jaw is compared to the upper jaw. Isn't that nuts? It's a black skimmer. Yeah. Here's the babies. Oh. Sweetie Pie, scratch the mat. That's what it's for. Yeah. Look how narrow that beak is from side to side, too. It's just evolved for cutting through the water like a ship's rudder. And look at that big old fish. So that is how they catch fishes. Well, I'll show you in a second how they actually do it, but wow, that's as big as you, baby. Wow. Look at that. Wow. That baby bird just doubled in weight right there. Yeah. They are beautiful birds. They really are. Black skimmers. Gorgeous. Yeah. Gorgeous. Oh, and shoot, Steely Dan, do you have a link to that? Because I'd love to see that. Maybe we'll talk about it tomorrow. But yeah. Awesome. So how do they catch those fish in the first place? They do it like this. Here, I'll supply my own music, thank you. But they'll fly over the surface of the water and they'll skim with they'll dip the lower part of their beak into the water. And then hopefully they hit a fish. And then they snap it up. So yeah, they're just skimming the surface of the water with their beak like that. Isn't that neat? Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Very cool. Very cool. Anyway, yeah, that's my Thursday BIRDSday birds. A black skimmer right there. Honest, I was going to say it was a Forster's tern. I said it was a Forster's tern. Assumed. It's way cooler than that, though. It's a black skimmer. And then we've got... I think these are Wimbrels. And I think that's some kind of plover there. But yeah, good stuff. Oh, they're in being tucked. They kind of look like godwits. Oh. Maybe. I'll have to get some better photos. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. And, happy Thursday BIRDSday, everybody. I hope it's been a good one. On tomorrow's broadcast, we'll talk about the Tyrannosaur news. I'll see if I can actually get hold of that paper and read it. Hopefully it's open access. If not, I have to email the authors. And, should be fun. Tomorrow's stream might start a little bit later, too, because I'm gonna go see Snail Chaser in the city. And, hopefully shoot some footage for a new cold open video, or new welcome video with previously recorded Danny. Anyway. With that said, let's wrap things up here. Let's run our credits. And I think we're going to raid into Hoot House livestream tonight. And we will continue the bird discussion there. Let's see here. Yeah. Hoot House live stream. Thank you everybody for a wonderful stream. I hope you had fun today. I hope you learned something. I hope you've got an increased appreciation for our wonderful feathered friends, living dinosaurs, all the birds. We're gonna go see some more of them over at Hoot House live stream. We've got 6 eggs that Mama Owl is sitting on in the nest box. And they're going to hatch pretty soon, probably. And we'll get to watch their parents bring them all kinds of different wonderful food to eat. Anyway, everybody, thank you for another fun stream. Hope you had a good time. Thank you for your financial support, for your following, for your rating, for your questions. And moderators, thank you for doing what you do too. And I'll see you tomorrow, everybody. You take care of yourselves. And once again, happy Thursday Birds Day. See you tomorrow. Bye.